Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will come to official order. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Councilmember Ashby, Councilmember Warren, Councilmember Harris, Vice Mayor Hansen, Councilmember Carr, Councilmember Jennings, Councilmember Guerra, Councilmember Chenier, and Mayor Steinberg.
Here. All right. Would everyone rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Where's Devante? Okay. Would Councilmember Ashby please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening to everyone, and welcome to the Sacramento City Council. Those of you who are here in the chambers, those out in the lobby. We do have plenty of seats, by the way, inside the chamber, and those of you watching at home. We have one agenda item this evening. It's the response to the Sacramento City Council questions regarding police policies. It's an oral report. And before I call the chief up, I'd like to make some opening remarks to sort of set the context for tonight's hearing and what we hope to accomplish. Members of the public, tonight we begin a public discussion of our police trainings, policies, and procedures that arise out of the death of Stephon Clark. We begin this discussion tonight with the following guidelines. Number one, there is a not so fine line between prejudging whether the officers in the Clark case violated policies, protocols, and training requirements, and whether some of the department's policies, procedures, and training protocols should or must be changed. The former we should not comment on until after a fair investigation is complete. The latter is absolutely appropriate for full public discussion and action. Number two, it's our job and the job of the police commission and the job of the community to ask all the hard and tough questions and to evaluate the answers. It is equally important, in my view, that the Chief of Police, Daniel Hahn, lead us in suggesting the reforms and changes that should be made. He is an excellent leader. For reform to be sustainable, it must be owned and supported by the chief and the men and women he leads. We have every right and obligation to weigh in on whether his suggested changes actually meet the mark, and insist on more change if appropriate. But we should not make police pursuit policy from this dais. Number three, the chief and the department, as you will hear, have been working on these protocol, training, and policy issues even prior to the Clark shooting. And in fact, yesterday, the police commission sort of beat us to the punch in the department, but that's okay. The department came forward and made one significant policy change to say loud and clear that it is never appropriate, with limited exceptions, for a police officer to turn off their body cam equipment, either the video or the audio. That is certainly a good start. But moving forward, let me just say, when it comes to other changes, that there is a fine balance between urgency and expediency. I've asked the chief to bring forward policy changes first to the police commission and then to the full city council as soon as they are ready. I've said to the chief, don't sacrifice thoroughness and thoughtfulness for expediency, but please move as fast as you can. As you know, 2 days after the video release of the Clark shooting, my colleagues and I asked 11 questions that arose from viewing the video. The questions seek to understand the current policies, procedures, and training protocols because we cannot make change, or the chief cannot suggest change, until we all have a common understanding of what the current practices are. And so tonight, the chief will present first and answer the 11 questions about protocol, policy, and procedure. He will then take additional questions from the council members on issues not raised by the first 11 questions. He is not expected to answer all or most of the questions tonight, but instead we're going to ask the chief to report back with urgency and thoroughness on the most important questions. We will plan to have the chief back before the city council approximately once every several weeks to a month, approximately, because again, we want him to come forward when he has recommendations, and we will do so for the indefinite future. Francine Turnow, the director of our Office of Oversight and Accountability and lead for the Police Commission, will then report to the public and to the council tonight on the role of her office and the commission. It's very important. What role will this commission play? They met last night in a very public setting, told they did a very good job. Want to understand, the public wants to understand, and the council wants to understand the conversations we've had together about the important role that they can play. The public will then have the opportunity to ask its questions, to be cataloged by the chief, by the commission, and the council for reports back. My staff and the clerk's staff will be recording the questions. And by the way, I'm told that as part of your speaker slip, you can also write down questions in case, for whatever reason, we don't get to everybody tonight. We will then make every question part of the public record. This is a workshop, and so this is how we plan to proceed tonight. We will have up to 2 hours for the chief, for the council, and Ms. Turnow to have its conversation where we focus on the 11 questions and more. We will then plan to have 2 hours for public questions, and again, please fill out the half sheet so your questions can be answered, whether verbally before the council or made part of the public record. Finally, tonight I'm really pleased to say that there are a number of faith-based leaders and mental health professionals available for counseling or quiet space in the room directly across the chambers in the lobby. Our staff can direct you, and they're just available for anybody who wants to talk or who needs referral or who wants some help. And that, I hope, will be the beginning, actually, of a broader mental health and trauma-based response for our community in the weeks ahead. So that's the way we intend to proceed tonight. I'd ask everybody, please, in the audience, if you could please limit the conversation so that we can hear and have the conversation. I'd like to ask Chief Hahn to come on up. Does any other member of the council want to say anything to begin here? If not, we will proceed with the chief. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm your Police Chief, Daniel Hahn. Mayor, you and City Council have asked important, relevant questions about our department's policies and procedures related to some of the elements of police work in general and some related to the tragic shooting of March 18th. I'm here to answer those questions to the best of my ability and give some insight into relevant work we are currently undertaking. I do believe we, as a community, have to continue to hold ourselves accountable, make changes that make a real difference to all people in our city, and most importantly, constantly strive to improve the way that we serve our community. Over the last 2 years, the City Council and Police Department have done what many cities haven't, and made sweeping changes to our practices to create a level of transparency unthinkable to us only a few years earlier. This council has also led the way on training and equipment for our officers, specifically with crisis intervention training and less lethal equipment for all officers. None of these have prevented the tragic incident on March 18th, but still has shown the ability to move forward and towards solutions we are seeking today and in the near future. At previous City Council, as the Mayor said, 11 questions came up, and I would like to now go over those 11 questions and close by speaking to some of the things we have recently implemented in our department and community. So the first question, what are the protocols for a fleeing suspect? Officers are trained in the academy and throughout their field training to consider many factors while pursuing suspects, including things such as the safety of bystanders and the public, safety of the officers, proper verbal commands considering the circumstances, proper cover and concealment, proper communication with the suspect, fellow officers, and dispatch, to name a few. Officers are also instructed that the consideration should also be given to the severity of the crime. Second question, what training is there around de-escalation in general, and specifically in regards to foot pursuit situations? Current training focuses heavily on de-escalation and tactical communication skills with the goal of training or generating voluntary compliance with the person the officer is dealing with. The de-escalation techniques consist of active listening and utilization of a 5-step process of ask, set context, present options, confirm, and then act. In 2016, training that all officers went through was 8 hours of CIT, or crisis intervention training. This was a regional training which covered mental illness and de-escalation. Also that year, all officers had 4 hours of tactical communication, which is required by post every 2 years, 8 hours of procedural justice, and 4 hours of fair and impartial policing. Last year, 2017, all of our officers went through 40 hours of CIT training, which exceeds the legislative mandate of SB 29 that requires all field training officers to have 8 hours of CIT training. They also had 4 hours of tactical communication and 5 hours of less lethal equipment training for patrol officers. This training included scenarios, de-escalation techniques, as well as a review of policy and case law. The third question, how intensive is training? Officers go through several different phases of training. They start their careers with a 6-month academy, full-time academy that is required by the Police Officer Standards and Training, or referred to as POST. Our SAC PD Academy consists of 942.5 hours of classroom and hands-on scenario-based training. POST requires only 664 hours for the academy. The officers then go through a field training program in patrol for the next 5 to 6 months and are on probation for 1.5 years after the academy. All officers, similar to teachers and other professions, are required by POST to complete 24 hours of in-service training, or what we call CPT, every 2 years. Our department requires all officers to complete 40 hours of in-service training every single year. All officers have received over 40 hours of training in the last 2 years in tactical communication and crisis intervention training, with the overall goal of being de-escalation and gaining voluntary compliance. Officers also attend various training throughout their careers regarding specific leadership, investigative techniques, tactical communication, and much more. Question 4, what are the protocols for starting a less lethal confrontation with less lethal force? The incident officers face on a regular basis are dynamic and require constant reevaluation of any potential threats to themselves, the suspect, and the community. The officers have to constantly evaluate if the situation presents a threat of great bodily injury or death, how many additional officers are on scene, and the current surroundings. Officers are trained to consider distance, cover, and the weapon the suspect possesses. With more officers on scene, more options are available. All officers are equipped with OC spray, often referred to as pepper spray, a baton, and a CED, which is often referred to as a taser. Within the last year, this council has also provided $800,000 in funding for training, less lethal equipment, and first aid kits to equip all of our patrol teams with less lethal options. Each squad car is now equipped with a less lethal shotgun and a ballistic shield. Every patrol team has a 40 millimeter launcher and pepper ball launcher readily available for all of the officers. All patrol officers have gone through a 5-hour course that consisted of scenarios, de-escalation, and utilization of this new less lethal equipment. Question 5, what is the protocol for how many rounds should be fired when an officer discharges a weapon? And is there a standard procedure or does it change depending upon the specific circumstances? Officers, through post-mandated training, are trained to utilize lethal force to stop the threat. Because the situations officers encounter are dynamic in nature, there is no set number of rounds officers are trained to fire. Officers are trained to continually evaluate the effectiveness of the force option used. What is the protocol or policy around rendering emergency aid to a suspect in an officer-involved shooting when the suspect is thought to have a gun? And then number 7 is also, should life-saving measures be applied with more urgency if the suspects are non-responsive to verbal commands and/or not showing any signs of movement? Post guidelines state that officers must recognize they have a responsibility to act in good faith and provide emergency medical services to the best of their ability and within the scope of their training. An officer is not required to render care when reasonable danger exists. Council adopted a resolution in November of 2016 that states officers will be trained in basic first aid and render such aid as soon as it is safe to do so after a deadly force incident. Our department policy requires officers to provide first aid to injured parties if it can be done safely. This council has provided funding to purchase all officers' new first aid kits. Academy recruits receive those kits in the academy, and officers receive them in their CPT training. In a pursuit situation, what is the protocol for identifying oneself as a police officer? Officers are trained to use verbal commands when reasonable based on the situation. Commands such as stop, police, SAC PD, or Sacramento police. They are trained to give the commands so the suspect hears them, as well as witnesses. They are also trained to utilize other identifying information such as a squad car, their marked uniform, sirens, etc. Number 9, what is the protocol or policy of muting an officer's body-worn camera? Body-worn cameras have been implemented within the last year, where every officer is now equipped with their own camera. The department policy on March 18th did not specifically address muting of the body cameras. It addressed deactivation. Officers were given direction regarding muting in their body-worn camera training. They were told that they could mute cameras for personal conversations, personnel conversations with a supervisor, tactical discussions, or when a citizen demands or requests that the camera be turned off, such as during a victim's statement. Prior to March 18th, we were already updating the body-worn camera policy in regard to auditing of the footage and also looking at the issue of muting. On April 4th, last week, we issued a temporary order that took effect immediately regarding the muting of the body-worn camera while we finish updating the formal policy. The temporary order specifically addresses when the body-worn camera can be muted and how officers must go about doing that. The camera can only be muted or deactivated in the following instances. 1, discussing issues or concerns with a doctor, nurse, or paramedic. When a witness or victim refuses to provide a statement if recorded and the encounter is non-confrontational. When recording is inappropriate because the victim or witness's physical condition, emotional state, etc., such as a victim of a rape or a sexual assault. When an officer is assigned to a static perimeter position with no contact with citizens and not actively part of the investigation, and it's necessary to conserve battery life of the camera. And lastly, only in extraordinary circumstances and only when approved by a supervisor. Anytime an officer deactivates or mutes their camera, they must now audibly record on that camera the reason for the deactivation and muting before ever muting it. We hope to have the final official policy done in the near future after additional legal research and completing the policy review process. We will bring that new policy before the Community Police Review Commission and then to the council when it's complete. Number 10, what is the protocol or policy for muting an officer body-worn camera after an officer-involved shooting? There is no differentiation in our current policy regarding muting when it comes to officer-involved shooting or other types of calls. So the temporary policy implemented last week applies to officer-involved shootings. And the last question, how are the policies and protocols determined? Is it through state policy, federal policy, or is it department policy, post-training, or department training? Policies and protocols are determined by a variety of different influences and mandates. Those would include post-mandates, City of Sacramento policy and ordinances, state and federal legislation, case law, and best practices from around our country. As policy is implemented and used by the department, areas of deficiency or potential flaws are realized and brought to the attention of our professional standards unit and the training division, and changes are made. This concludes the 11 questions the mayor has asked a few weeks ago. Now I'd like to go over some of the things in this area that we, as a city and a department, have recently implemented or are currently developing. This list is not all-inclusive, but speaks to some of the issues that have come up recently. Our city and department has implemented significant training, policy, and equipment changes in just the last year. Although none of these prevented the tragic shooting of March 18th, they have made us better and improved transparency. We need to continue to find ways to improve for the well-being of our entire community and to ensure tragic situations such as what occurred on March 18th don't happen again. First one, body-worn camera and video release policy. Within the last year, all officers were given body-worn cameras. This council provided the funding to outfit every officer with their own camera and the appropriate storage to maintain all that footage. This council also adopted a policy of releasing all footage regarding an officer-involved shooting within 30 days of the incident. We provided the initial footage of the March 18th incident within 3 days. This is unique across our whole country. The remaining video related to the March 18th shooting will be released within the next week. Training, research, and development. We have been working over the last several months to create a new division solely responsible for all the training in the department, anticipating department and community future needs, and ensuring that we implement best practices. This division will be led by one of our current captains, and we will be working with the city manager on additional personnel needs for this division. As part of this, over 2 months ago, we created the Use of Force Committee to research and provide recommendations on our use of force training and policies. The Use of Force Committee will now be researching things such as pursuit policies. Some departments have specific policy concerning foot pursuits, and this will be one of their areas of focus. This committee consists of department members as well as several community members, one of which is the chair of the Community Police Review Commission. We have recently been discussing an independent review of our use of force policies and training with multiple national organizations. These organizations would serve as an independent review and provide recommendations to our use of force committee. In addition to the Department of Justice's independent investigation and review of the March 18th shooting that we've recently spoke about, the Attorney General Becerra has agreed to have the State Department of Justice also provide an independent review of our use of force policies and training. When this is completed, we will present our findings to the Sacramento Community Police Review Commission and receive input and then bring it before the City Council. It is important that we always look at ways to get better at serving our community, especially when it comes to one of our biggest responsibilities, use of force. Implicit bias and cultural immersion. Since before I came back to SAC PD in August, I have been working with the American Leadership Forum and the Sierra Health Foundation to create an implicit bias program that includes instruction for all officers and an ongoing program within the department to address the societal issue. John Powell is assisting us with this work. Mr. Powell is an internationally recognized expert in the areas of civil rights, civil liberties, structural racialization, racial identity, fair housing, poverty, and democracy. He is the director of the Haas Institute for Fair and Inclusive Society, which is a UC Berkeley Research Institute that brings together scholars, organizers, communicators, policymakers to identify and eliminate the barriers to inclusive, just, and sustainable society, and to create transformative change toward a more equitable nation. The training will be provided by partnering a department employee with a community member to provide the instruction to all officers and to our community. We have also recently implemented a community immersion program, if you will. We started this with the academy that graduated in December. The entire class, all 26 recruits, went on the Oak Park Peace Walk that our community hosts every Friday night in Oak Park. A couple of weeks later, they participated in a day of service in the same Oak Park area where they teamed up with the community members and mowed lawns, painted houses, etc., along with a lunch with the community. Each academy will do the same thing in different areas of our city. Each academy graduate will also participate in a new Walk in My Shoes program within the first 5 to 6 months of their field training. They will shadow a community member for a half a day. The next month, the community member will go on a ride along with the officer, and then they will meet for a third time to go over what they learned about each other, about neighborhoods, and the cultures. Our cops and clergy group and our community leaders have been instrumental in helping us implement these programs. All of this is to build relationships, expand experiences for our officers and community members before our officers are in an enforcement capacity in our neighborhoods. Recruits in the academy, which started with our current academy that's in right now go to the community every Friday. This academy is currently working on Fridays with the Bell Avenue Elementary School and the Robles School District. A squad from the academy on Fridays works with the school to build relationships, play games, and interact with the kids during recess for an hour and a half. At the end of the year, the entire academy will go together to the school for a large event. One of our current academy recruits that's in the academy right now went to this same school when he was in elementary school. In Mr. Powell's work, the gentleman from UC Berkeley, he states, a sustainable and effective resolution must not only improve intergroup relations, but reduce intergroup inequities and group-based marginality. A solution that reduces conflict and fosters stability, but fails to reduce group-based marginality is not only unsustainable in the long run, but it does not actually address group-based othering. Mr. Powell is going to work with us on various other training within our city and community. We are working on making a real, permanent difference in our city. We have recently began working with the U.S. Department of Justice Community Relations Services Division. They have no legal investigative authority. They don't determine facts of a particular investigation. They don't carry guns or badges. Rather, CRS conciliators provide impartial, third-party processes such as facilitation, mediation, and training that aid stakeholders in identifying issues and develop solutions that work for our community. They actually presented at the Community Police Review Commission last night. They have worked in other major cities such as Phoenix and Oxnard after similar situations. We are currently working through a plan with them that will consist of community convenings based on geography and topical areas such as education and workforce development, just to name a few. This will be done in partnership with our community, City Council, and the Community Police Review Commission. In closing, I came home to Sacramento because I believe in Sacramento and the Sacramento Police Department. I see a department and a city council brave enough to say we can do better and willing to do the hard work of getting there. I came home to a community of which I was born and lived in my entire life. I came to continue to do the work that my mom did as she raised our family in Oak Park, work she modeled for me every day of her life. In my swearing-in ceremony in August, I said I came home to make a real change and make a positive difference for all people in Sacramento. My mother taught me the work that matters is seldom the work that is easy or that gets accolades for doing it. Doing the right thing or being popular don't often travel together. This is a very complex issue, and it will take complex solutions. Our community is crying out for change. The community and police department are seeking the change that will build a stronger community that will inevitably reduce the unintended consequences that occur in our society. At that swearing-in ceremony, I asked the community to do three things. Feel there is a need to do better. Feel that when anyone in our city, in our community hurts, we all hurt, and we feel we can be the change. Secondly, think it's actually possible, that every community in Sacramento can thrive and have a great, trusting relationship with the police department. And lastly, I ask the community to commit to doing something that lifts up our entire community. We, together, are powerful beyond measure, but it doesn't happen through simply talking. We must do. I believe my Sacramento family and my police family can build a bridge that brings us together as one during these difficult times. We've seen and heard problems that divide us, and now let's work on the changes that will bring us together. I will continue to be dedicated to this very change. And with that, that ends my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief, for an excellent presentation and a very eloquent and personal close. Appreciate it. So I know I have a series of questions, but I want to open it up to Mike. I'm sorry? We could do that. That might be appropriate. Why don't we hear from Francine Turno here on the commission, and then we'll open it up to questions for both. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and members of the community. My name is Francine Tornor, and I'm the Director of the Office of Public Safety Accountability. Let's see if I can click through that. You didn't give me instructions on this little thing. Good. Okay, thank you. So tonight I'm going to give you a brief overview of the office and the history of the office. The Office of Public Safety Accountability was established in 1999 by Mayor and Council with the recommendation of the Blue Ribbon Committee. At the time, the office was called the Office of Police Accountability. In 2004, the office evaluation was expanded to also include the fire department when it came to public safety complaints, and renamed the Office of Public Safety Accountability. The office currently adds an independent layer of oversight and review to the Sacramento Police and Fire Departments when it comes to the area of complaints and critical incident investigations. Critical incidents could include officer-involved shootings, death in custody, or any incident of significant community concern. OPSA is involved in the investigative phases in real time and also monitors the interviews of officers and witnesses after critical incidents. We also serve as a community liaison where specific questions and concerns can be heard and brought forward to the police department during the investigative process. Regarding critical incident response, normally the director of OPSA is notified of a critical incident within an hour of the incident happening. We respond to the scene or the location of the incident. We're briefed in real time with management staff, as well as go through a walkthrough of the scene so that we're more familiar with the scene when we return to headquarters for interviews. We monitor the interviews of any involved officers, witnesses, witness officers as well. And we can ask independent questions of those officers through the investigators as necessary. We also make sure that we listen and provide engagement to the community with their concerns and give them an outlet to raise those concerns and bring those forward to the police department. In most instances, we are the entity that provide the family with the liaison service and preparing them for the video release that's required by policy. We set those meetings up with the family and also provide a go-between for any needs that they may feel that they need from the police department. At the conclusion of SACPD's investigation, OPSA provides a vigorous independent review, which could include recommendations in the area of policy, procedures, training, and community engagement. In 2016, there was a public safety ad hoc that got together and recommended the establishment of the Sacramento Community Police Review Commission. That commission started and had their first meeting in August of 2017. We've had 9 meetings to date. The purpose of the commission is to be a venue for community participations during the review of police department policies, practices, and procedures, as well as monitor the implementation, evaluation, and sustainability of city policing initiatives and programs. They hold public meetings in accordance with the Brown Act, and they also advise and make recommendations to City Council, City Manager, and the Police Department as necessary. The current members of the commission They're made up of 11 members. The mayor has 3 appointees. Each district has an appointee. If there are any commission members here in the audience, I'd appreciate it if you would go ahead and stand up. Putting you on blast. I'm going to put your picture up, so you might as well stand up now. Thank you for being here. We did have a meeting last night. These are the current members. The meetings, thank you. Yeah. The meetings are held the second Monday of each month here in council chambers. They are open to the public as well as being live streamed. Our next meeting is May the 14th here in chambers at 6 o'clock. And that is your police commission.
Okay. Thank you for that report. I know I have a question or two for you in a moment, but again, we've heard now from the police chief and our director of public safety accountability, who've provided an overview, and the chief described the existing protocols, trainings, and procedures for the 11 questions. And so I want to invite, and I'll invite the community in next to ask questions that either clarify what the chief told us or put some more questions on the table that are important for us to answer over the weeks and the months ahead. You want me to go first, members? I don't see anybody queued up. Why don't I? You want it, Jay? Go ahead. Go ahead. Good. They all popped up. Good. Maybe you'll ask my questions. I hope you do. Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank the police chief for the presentation that he just gave us, and I like some of the things. In fact, most of what I heard in terms of the direction of the police department. I had a question, though, as it related to deterrence of, for instance, the muting or manipulation or, something that would allow us some degree of additional comfort as it related to any type of manipulation of audio equipment, video equipment, knowing that the department now has a firmer or clearer policy. And I don't expect you to maybe have this answer right now, but I just want to table this thought and idea that it is my feeling that there should be some deterrent, so that in the future, if there is some form of mutation to the either audio or video, that the officers know going in that is part of the consequence for doing something, as opposed to just saying, I'm sorry, or having some other issue be the explanation. And so if that's something you've given some thought to, and I'd like to hear what some of the thoughts are. If not, understand that is still an additional concern that I have.
Yeah, with any policy, there has to be consequences to violating that policy, and so those we can explore those. I mean, there's a whole process that goes through with labor and the city attorney's office, but we can absolutely do that.
Okay.
I think it's important what you just said. Just don't want it to pass by, which is that significant violations of major policies are grounds for discipline, correct? I mean, under the current labor law.
Yeah, all policy violations can range from anywhere from informal discipline to termination.
Correct. Okay. Excuse me. We're not going to shout out from the audience. We're not going to shout out from the audience tonight. Not doing it. If you do, I'm going to ask you to leave.
I have one additional.
Yes.
I have one additional comment, and this is, to the council, the staff, the mayor, as well as the chief, and that is that I have personally received a number of calls and texts from people who are concerned. They're fearful. I think there is some feeling of uncertainty in some of the communities that I represent. how people are being policed. And I know we're talking about having some form of therapy or some form of forum where people can receive counseling or some support. And I know we haven't gotten very far.
We're working on it right now. We want to organize and galvanize the mental health community in Sacramento in culturally appropriate ways to help and get out in the communities and help people. And, you know, give us another week or so to be able to pull that together.
So I just want to stress that that is, I think, an extremely important part of this process when we have traumatic situations to help the community, you know, get back to a place of normalcy. And in fact, just today, there was a young lady and a mother who I'm familiar with that had just essentially a breakdown in terms of emotional experience and was fearful for her sons. The young lady was fearful for her brothers that are African American. And I think it's very important that we are very, you know, forward in our thinking as it relates to how it impacts specific communities as opposed to the entire community sometimes. And so that's something that I'd like to explore further and to try to get a comfort level with that here in the near term. So thank you.
Absolutely.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Councilman Warren. Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Chief. I think you did a great job on answering those questions and kind of laying it out. I have, I think, 4 points I want to make. The first one really is about how we are, and I'm going to steal Larry's thunder just for a second, but how we're measuring how we're doing on all of those policies. And if there is a way in kind of looking for the transparency and openness that you've talked about, that we've talked about, that we can create some kind of dashboard of here's the things that we're trying to do, here's what we think needs to happen, here's how we're measuring if we're meeting those challenges along the way, and then making that open to the public. So not with specific names of people, obviously, but with kind of overall. And I'm not sure if how we're looking at that, if we are. I know we're looking at some things within the city to do that, but I think this is really important piece.
Yeah, so the city manager's office has created a report card, if you will, for the department that covers a lot of those, but if there's other things we need to add in there, we're perfectly good with doing that. We are going to report out on the body camera audits that I spoke about publicly, be on our transparency page and any other way we can get that out. And then the other thing we've been working on for the last 7 or 8 months is a community survey that we're going to do every year that can measure by zip code, by area, on several different categories, primarily how people feel about the police department and those sort of things. So there'll be several things, and we're open to anything else too.
It's the last time.
So,
You're out. Please escort Ms. Fong out. I'm sorry. Until you learn how to comport yourself in a public meeting, you can't stay here. Please escort her out. Thank you very much. We're going to continue. Yes, you have. You've interrupted. You've interrupted now twice, and you're out. You're out. Thank you. Thank you. I accept the love, and please leave. There we go. No, sorry. That's it. Please.
The public wants me to be here.
Well, please escort her out. Thank you very much. Let's move on to Councilman Chenier. You still have the floor.
I have a number of things.
You're out.
So, you want me to wait?
Go ahead. No, keep going. Keep going, Chief. Keep going.
So I think that's great, and my hope would be that on a lot of those pieces, since we have pretty direct contact with our constituents, that in developing kind of the report card. Sorry.
Keep going, please.
In developing the report card and using it, that we can work with you, with the council offices, and I hope that also with the police commission, to kind of develop what we're trying to measure. And in some ways, and I think this would be is more difficult, but looking at kind of the culture, because it's one thing to put it down and measure it, it's another to see how it's implemented along the way, which I know you're doing a lot with. I know the peace walks, things like that, being out in the community is really important. The two other pieces that, not necessarily questions, but One is as we move more towards or back towards community-oriented policing, as hopefully we get more POP officers back in the field, or whatever we call them, working with the communities. I hear that so much from my communities. I think those relationships that we can establish between the police and the communities will prevent a lot of bad things from happening and will really create a culture and a climate where the relationships are positive and trust comes back. So I'm hoping that we continue along those lines, and I know that will be part of our budget discussions to help see how we fund that. And then the final thing, which I obviously would not be able to skip, is what we're doing about our young people and creating those relationships as well. So I want to give accolades to a lot of the folks in your department who are working with kind of the asset seizure funds to do clubs and things like that at the schools. Since we have, as a city, moved to create our Department of Youth, Parks, and Community Enrichment, since we've developed a youth development strategy and we've met with your folks to really make sure that the police are included in what we're doing when we're talking about young people in this community and what they need to be successful kind of across the community. So happy to work with you on all of those things. Thank you for the work you're doing and for all of your folks and the work that they're doing as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
It answers a lot of the questions that are floating out there in the community. But I don't think we can ignore what Councilmember Warren says. You know, the different communities have different experiences with law enforcement. And there's not a black person that I've ever met who doesn't have a negative.
Can you speak up, Larry? It's hard to hear.
Get closer to this microphone. There's not a black person that I've ever met who didn't have a story. And there's not a parent that I know with a son who hasn't had the talk. And other communities don't have that same experience. And somehow we've got to find a way to overcome that, to get beyond that if we're really going to solve these problems. And that's not all on you, that's on us, that's on everybody. But a couple of specific questions that have been asked at community meetings. Are officers tested or evaluated for PTSD?
Not as a standard, like set intervals or after any particular incident, but after any major critical incidents, they do have to go to a psychological evaluation, and they are tested at hiring. But other than that, if you're referring to every so often, no.
I would imagine some of the incidents that officers have to face are very disturbing to them. And it may cause them to react a different way after they've experienced so many negative incidents. I'll ask you to think about that, whether or not that's appropriate. The second question I had was on crisis intervention training. You mentioned that officers were trained, but are they trained one time or is it continual training through their career?
Well, so far it's really been one plus a smaller one, an 8-hour one, but it was all last year that they were trained. So far it's one time.
Is that, you plan for that to be a continuing?
Yeah, all these
addition to
type
the
of
training
things have to
program?
be ongoing. We're actually already approved to hire a social worker that's going to help us put together a mental health team. So that sort of thing has to be ongoing over an officer's career.
Good. Have you had an opportunity to look at the Baltimore consent decree and the things the Justice Department asked the Baltimore Police Department to do?
I have not.
Could you take a look at that and see if you can get any ideas on additional things? You presented a pretty full agenda here.
Yeah, we're willing to look at anything. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a long thing. It's a long document that the Justice Department prepared. But I
Kinda
found
would
it
figure.
illuminating when we were looking at our use of force policy. A couple of community members have asked me about drug testing. When we get pulled over, they test us. And after a critical incident, the question is, shouldn't we know that they were sober or not on some type of...
So currently, officers are not drug tested after a critical incident just as a standard. There would have to be a reason why somebody thought they were under the influence, but currently, no, they are not drug tested after a critical incident.
Is that a collective bargaining issue, or is it something the department can implement unilaterally?
I wouldn't want to say that for a fact, but I would assume, yes, it would be.
A collective bargaining issue.
Collective bargaining. You know, when I was in Intel in the Army for 23 years, I was drug tested randomly every year. And if anything ever went down, if we lost a document, they would drug test you as well. So I think it's something that we might want to look at in the future. I have a question for Francine, but I'll ask you one more question, Dan. I have never had a job where I didn't know what my boss should be doing. I always knew his job, I thought, better than my boss. So the question I have for you is, what should this council be doing? What more can we do to prevent our citizens from dying at the hands of law enforcement?
I think I mentioned some of what that could be in my presentation, in that this council funds and asks questions and things like that, and has done a lot, at least in regards to transparency, funding the body cameras, funding the storage, funding the less lethal equipment that has been used over and over in our community since this council funded it. So I'd say that sort of thing, asking tough questions, engaging the community, and helping us build those relationships and help communities that have inequities in them would be my answer.
Okay.
No
we
question for
we can
Francine?
definitely do that. And one question for Francine. Your department also takes complaints from citizens. What are your ideas of expanding the knowledge base so that people know you actually exist, and that you are there to take the complaint, investigate it, and come to a resolution?
So as far as the Public Safety Ad Hoc did a very helpful thing to add staff. I've been in this position for almost 11 years, and it's been an office of one for the entire time that I've been here. And we do oversee police and fire personnel. So the expansion of staff allows the office to have the ability to get out in the community, to get to know the community better. I think the success of the police department largely depends on the community's buy-in. So in order for the police department to implement these new policies, it's important that they know the expectations of the community as well, and how they would like to be policed, and for the community to have a very good understanding of the processes that the police department plans to implement. So using the commission as a tool to be a liaison as well, to bridge some of the relationship gaps, a lot of the things that the chief brought up as far as the engagement. So I think just getting out there and being available to the people is most important moving forward.
Many times people have contacts with the police that are not lethal, most of the time.
Yes.
And sometimes they feel that they've been disrespected, or they were roughed up, and I'm not sure that they know that they can file a complaint with you. And I think we need a solution that's more encompassing. In the next budget cycle, I would really like to see you come in with some ideas so that the entire community knows you exist, that you work directly for the city council, that you will hear their complaints, that you will investigate them, that you will tell them of how the complaint is resolved. Yes. And I understand it's going to take some resources, but I think this council is willing to do what's necessary. Just like we've funded the police department with cameras and less than lethal devices, we're willing to do what's necessary to make this right. So I know we gave you some more personnel, but I want you to think about how we can make sure that the majority of our community knows you exist, can handle these complaints, and get a resolution to them.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, there's a couple of things I'd like to talk about, too, very different topics. It's real clear that when the police are connected to the community, things go better. I think we'd all agree with that. And we have a lot of programs in place to affect that, like cops and clergy and cops and coffee. A couple of years ago, Chief Summers set up a policy whereby officers had 2-year rotations. In lieu of POPs officers, cops stayed in an area for 2 years. And the idea was that in that period of time, some relationships would be built. Is that still in place?
No, they rotate every year now.
So,
Well, they can rotate every year. They sign up every year.
so I would ask you this, you know, as Councilmember Chenier mentioned, POPs officers were very, very popular. You know, people felt like they had somebody in their community that they had a personal relationship with and they could call directly without going through non-emergency and a phone tree. You know, they felt connected to their police department. And so Chief Summers put in the 2-year rotation as a way to sort of ameliorate the problem because we didn't have enough money to continue the POPs program. Now, as I understand it, we've instituted the POPs program again to a much lesser extent, but at least we got a toe in the door. But I would like you to consider a 2-year rotation again, because I think, you know, looking at the community that I represent in District 3, and specifically around Northgate, Gardenland, South Natomas, I think that 2-year rotation was yielding some results as people got to know the beat officers. And it really comes down to that community connection that's perhaps lacking here. And I think actually this council would do well to do a lot more community outreach on all of these issues as well. Because you know, there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect between the police and the community, and I think it's indisputable, to tell you the truth. Are there any other programs that I haven't mentioned that reach that effect, you know, that the police are putting out there to directly connect with the community?
Oh, yeah, there's numerous programs. Let me just go back a little bit to the POP officers. So I was a POP officer in Strawberry Manor in the North area for years. And I agree, we used to have a lot more POP officers, and the economy kind of did away with that over the years. But I also believe that every officer is really a POP officer or a neighborhood police officer. Part of our issue right now, and it's only part of it, it's not the whole thing, is that we have a lot less staffing than we used to have. Probably 12 years ago, we had over 800 officers, and now, even if we were completely full, we'd have 745. And so part of my job as police chief is finding time and situations where our officers can interact and communicate and build relationships with the community outside of a call. So that's one. I absolutely agree. The POP program, the MPO program was tremendous, and it hurts us a little bit not having it the way it used to be. But I also believe every officer has that responsibility too, except right now the challenge is the officers, we rarely fill a shift without overtime now because there's not enough officers. So I'd say it's a combination of both. But that relationship is critical. I think Francine mentioned it. The key to us doing our job and us as a community, as a city being great, is a great trusting relationship, not only with the police department, but the city in general. Otherwise, it's hard to get things done. But we have numerous programs like the high school programs at Grand High School, McClatchy. We have the POW program. We take kids skiing, fishing. There's numerous programs. But it's still, when you consider all the kids in the city, it serves a fairly small number of them.
Yeah. So there's a continuing resource issue as, you know, as we rebuild after the recession and we laid off so many police officers. Well, you know, we all want to get there, and maybe you could actually come back with a report on what kind of resources would be necessary to get to the point where you felt you had the tools to connect your officers with the community. It'd be nice for us to know where, you know, what our goal is, where we need to get to affect this change that I think would net good results. The other thing I wanted to ask you was about communication. You mentioned hours of tactical communication. So is that communication amongst officers?
Yeah, it's a training class for officers.
What about communication with suspects? Is there training about, you know, how to interact with a suspect? You know, and that's really what this case is all about. And I realized that, you know, we haven't done the investigation yet, and you're definitely constrained about, what you can speak about. But you did mention verbal commands that the police are trained to use, like police or SAC PD. Do you think there's any ground to be gained with more discussion on that subject to affect a better outcome?
I think there's grounds to have anything on the table for us to look at, absolutely.
Well, I think it's a conversation that ought to be had. And the last thing is about management of the situation. The police get into very difficult situations, obviously. They're dealing with people, with various issues going on. Some is just blatant criminal behavior, some is mental health issues, some are drug-related. It's a really wide array that you guys deal with. And many of those situations get tense, and your personal safety can be endangered. So I'm thinking about management of a situation. Like if there is a chase going on, what's the role of the watch commander? Are there more management tools for containment of a situation that we can talk about moving forward?
Well, again, like I said on the last question, I'm open to anything, but that is the job of the sergeant and the watch commander to manage those situations. That's what they do.
Well, very often Councilmember Carr just nails it when he speaks. I always listen because he gets a lot of things right. And you asked a lot of great questions, Larry. Last week you said when you looked at the tape, it just didn't look right. It just didn't look right. And I think that that's a sentiment that many people share. When I look at the whole thing, I certainly have opinions about what I'm looking at. And it is, of course, very unsettling. So, as we move forward, I think that there's a very robust discussion to have about what happened in this situation. And I think that there's things that we can learn from it to do better moving forward in terms of managing containment, things like that. So when the time is right, I think we should really have a hard discussion about that. Lastly, Francine, you mentioned something about the police commission that I think is key. I think that a real big responsibility for the police commission actually should be being a community liaison, because we have this appointed lay body to hear and understand all of these situations, and I think that they're perfectly poised to get out in the community. And I don't know if that's a directive of the commission, if it's considered one of their goals to achieve, but I think it's one that we should look at. All right, thanks so much. Chief, thanks for your presentation. It was really great, and look forward to further conversations about it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Ashby.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a couple of quick comments. I want to thank the chief for not just his presentation tonight, but your leadership since stepping back into our city. I think we're all really grateful to have you here. I know I am. And Francine, wherever she's at, thank you for your leadership too, always, but especially in the really difficult times. We feel like we always turn to you. When it's really difficult times, you always stand up and you're really good at your job. So both of you. So thank you for that. I also want to thank the community and for being here, for speaking up, for saying things. I think it's really important. And I especially want to thank the members of the community. There are some of you who have reached out to me specifically, invited me to come listen to your groups or be a part of conversations I maybe normally wouldn't be involved in. Those have been really helpful to me, and I'm grateful to you. I'm grateful to all of you who've taken the time to personally speak to us. I have seen my role over the last few weeks as trying very hard to be a good listener and try to really learn and understand and hear where people are at and what's happening with the heartbeat of our city. To that end, I want to add my voice today to the collection of efforts that you're hearing up here. I agree with all of my colleagues. They all have great input, and it doesn't all need to be restated. But at the root of this tragedy, in my opinion, is long-term systemic oppression and poverty and communities lacking in education and economic opportunities. And for my part, I am committed to helping address this inequality. I'm proud of the things that the council has done, but as the chief said, tragically, they didn't stop the events from March 18th from happening. That means we need to do more and we need to do better. And I have some specific thoughts and ideas too, like many of my colleagues. I really, really want to see us get back to community-oriented policing. I feel like that's the broken record of this council for the last 4 or 5 years since it went away. It's just so much better, many of the things that people have talked about getting officers. In fact, I thank Brothers to Brothers for giving us this report. This is really good, and some of the things that they mentioned in here are community-oriented policing strategies. So I'd love to see us spend the money to give you the resources to be able to do that too. And I think there are many things here outside of the police purview that need to be addressed. Things like infrastructure, like libraries in Del Paso Heights, or lighting in Meadowview, or more youth programming, or dangerous buildings being addressed, or illegal dumping task force sweeps, especially in places like Del Paso Heights and Oak Park, economic development opportunities in targeted neighborhoods, and of course, affordable housing, which we really need to address. So for me, whether it's Measure U or our general fund allocations, I am on board with this council, with this team, in taking a holistic sweep at this systemic oppression and seeing if we can make a dent in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Police Chief. I mean, you know, I can't miss an opportunity to recognize another Sac State Hornet there, and you've made local folks here proud. And I do have to say that, I mean, have been a strong example for the community. And I think that's what we're getting down to the point here, is this point of trust. And how do we build more of that community trust with not only our own government, but our own our own law enforcement. And I'm very happy to see some of the things you reported out today, that you're doing things to already, without the council's directive, to instill more of a citizen and resident participation in everything you're doing there. Number one, I think the fact that you're taking this step forward already to change the policy on the muting of these police cameras is critical. I think when Councilmember Carr, Rick Jennings, and I were on the ad hoc, we were very clear about getting this videotape out. But this is an example of where policies evolve. And this was definitely something that I think we were not specific about the muting. We said no deactivating, but we will not make that mistake again. And I say that, and I'm glad that you are fixing this gap in policy there and saying that that will not be muting cameras. I also was very delighted to hear about this new division on training and research and development, and it not just being an internal piece of just folks inside your department, but bringing in the chair of the police commission, which is a citizen member of the community, to be involved in this. And I do want to thank all our police commissioners who are here today. I saw my police commissioner in the audience, Erandi Zamora. Thank you for your time. You've been not only a civil rights activist and a lawyer for civil rights for a long time, but the fact that you're stepping up on this issue, I think the community really appreciates that extra time you're doing. I think I had some questions on, again, on building trust, going back on building trust, and the issue of implicit bias and cultural immersion. I mean, the fact is, I think that we need to recognize all of the implicit biases that are within us, and I appreciate you taking this on with our department and staffers. But how long do you see it will actually take for you to accomplish this goal you're doing of cultural immersion? I mean, you've got this consultant, Mr. Powell, who's coming in here to use his civil rights leadership and experience. But what do you see? When can we see some effectiveness moving forward on this implicit bias and cultural immersion?
Well, there's not a start and end date to a program like that. It's an ongoing thing, because everybody in our entire society has implicit biases, and they only are a product of their own experiences. So a big part of this is expanding those experiences to contradict some of those implicit biases that people have because they don't have direct experiences in a neighborhood or a part of town. And so it's not something that you could say there's an end date. It's going to be ongoing, and we will continue to evolve and find new ways with our community partners to expand people's experiences. So there's not a start or end date. It's ongoing. program.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. I mean, I think that's a great point there. Now, I'm glad you're putting some of this in our academy and the recruits that we're trying to bring on are learning, I think, a new method of policing, a new method of engaging with their community. But what happens to laterals when we recruit people from other cities or other states for that matter? I mean, how do they get plugged in immediately into what we are saying in Sacramento? We want a higher bar. How do we make sure that they're plugged in immediately on that? Our recruits, you said, our academy folks are on probation for a year and a half, but what happens with a new entry or a lateral?
Well, laterals are on probation for a year, and we actually are a department that doesn't hire a tremendous high number of laterals. But for example, this last academy, we hired a lateral out of there that was part of them, and they did all that cultural immersion stuff with the new recruits in the academy. So that's a good point that we're going to have to make sure that that is covered for new officers into our department that don't come through the academy, so we need to make sure that's covered in that.
Good. Thank you for taking that into consideration, because I think, going back to the whole trust and experience, if we're bringing in new folks through the academy, through our links to law enforcement, through the Sac State program, the LACS program, I think that you guys are involved with, and they're learning these new traits. But my understanding is we still have a deficiency in the number of officers we've appropriated that we still can't recruit. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've been doing much better on recruiting, but we still have we have about 40 vacancies if you count the people that are in the academy that they haven't graduated yet, so some of them might not.
And would you say that those 40 vacancies, if we're bringing in laterals, we want them to have the same future philosophy or next philosophy about community policing as the ones we're training in our academy?
Oh, absolutely.
Good. And well, thank you for that. I think that to me is the guiding principle, is ensuring that there is this sense of trust on both ends here. I do have a question about proportionality and things that I've heard from my constituents and I could not answer, and I hope you can shed some light in this. There are feelings that in certain neighborhoods, the police will use more resources and force for issues of, say, vandalism or graffiti. What goes into the proportionality into the response? Between multiple officers? I mean, you're not going to send a SWAT team out for somebody who's out, painting up a wall or anything, but what goes into the proportionality of responses to force or to a crime?
Yeah, every type of call has X number of officers that should be assigned through our dispatch unit, and it doesn't depend on what neighborhood it's in. It depends on what the call is.
So if you're living south of Fruit Ridge, you're not going to get more officers because you're living north of Fruit Ridge?
Correct. So a vandalism in one neighborhood is going to get the same response as a vandalism in another neighborhood.
Good. Well, I hope that's the case, because, we want to make sure is that the calls for services are for the constituents who are asking for help and support, and that they have that trust at that point. To go back to that final point, that's all. Chief, thank you so much. I think you're doing a fantastic job in this. You're guiding our department in a new way. Again, your whole new philosophy of making sure, as you said, that we expose everyone to different shared experiences so that we can break down those conflicts of trust, break down those implicit biases, acknowledge them of that institutionalized, and I'll say it, I think institutionalized racism that's been brought up with folks. That I think is a critical piece. The next question I have is for Francine here. Thank you, Chief. For the police commission, what kind of training have you brought your commissioners on to get them exposed and up and coming? Because this is basically pretty new. They were appointed a few months ago, and then this new iteration came about. What kind of training have you seen your police commissioners so they can be good stewards and good citizen intermediaries?
So this year, with the implementation of the new commission, because of the expansion of the current budget of OPSA, and we hadn't filled all the positions, we did have the opportunity to take the commissioners to the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement Conference. That was in Spokane. So that was a very good learning environment for them and a foundation for them to start off with their commission duties. We also have members of the police department come and do presentations regarding policies, procedures, use of force. So they've had presentations on use of force, critical incidents. Just last night, we did have the ACLU as well as a member of the U.S. Department of Justice come and talk about best practices. So the commission itself sets their policy, their agenda moving forward, and we staff it to give them whatever areas they want to have covered and try and have people from different subject matter experts, not just from the police department, but from other departments as well, or different areas, come and do presentations.
Do you believe that they have enough resources, or you have enough resources to provide future educational opportunities for our commissioners so that they can be better liaisons or advocates for our community or participants in our community?
We would always appreciate more resources. I will never turn
Good.
that down.
That's a good, since I don't sit on the budget and audit committee, that's a good, just a thing to remember for members of the budget and audit committee. Let's look over to my right.
I think I would be remiss if I didn't take my moment at the mic to at least say something that I was working on before the chief came, but I do appreciate him mentioning that every member of the police department has the opportunity to be a POP officer. But when it comes to training and community engagement, I think it's very important that the community plays a very large role on that training, because it's hard for an officer to train other officers on how to engage a community that they already have issues with. So I was trying to work with some of the local groups, and I was working with Councilmember Warren and some of the groups up in Del Paso Heights to maybe have a shadowing program where the officers shadow the community members and learn how to engage the community. I think that would be quite helpful.
I think that's just how Sacramento is going to set the example for the nation. And thank you for that. Thank you, Francine. You know, Mr. Mayor, and I think, you know, this is a step forward that we're making, this workshop here, in both educating us as a council, but also the public about where we are, how we're evolving, and how we're setting the stage up for the nation. But again, you know, just like yesterday and the day when we had the press conference with, again, my fellow Hornet Nick, who grew up in Meadowview and now is an engineer, and we have to get to the point of helping everyone in our city move up. We have to get to the point of also talking about that the issues that are happening here are not isolated. They're an interplay with all of the socioeconomic issues that are affecting us, whether it be family history, access to good employment, our educational system, and I know in my neighborhood also, language access is a big one. You have communities with multiple languages in there that are trying to understand how their system works. So with that, I think thank you, Chief, and all our staff for the work they're doing here, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for putting this together.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you so much, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Hanson. Oh, did I?
It's okay. Thank you, Mayor. I first want to thank the public for your patience tonight, because I realize we're an hour and 20 minutes into the meeting and you want to speak. So I'm going to be brief, but I know that we haven't often had a chance to speak yet, so you want to also hear what we are going to say. And it's with that I've been reflecting on and really listening to the comments from the community. And I know there's been a lot of debate about the style, and I haven't paid attention to that, but the real message that we've been hearing. And one of the things that's really been on my mind is that Stefan could have been, and probably would have been, somebody who was my friend, because the way I grew up and where I grew up in a neighborhood somewhat like Meadowview in St. Paul, Minnesota. And to me, there's this Roman citizen. He had been a slave and he was released, and he was the first African citizen of Rome named Terentius Afer. He said, "I am human, nothing human can be alien to me." But the person who has said that in a different way is Tanya Faison, who has said Black Lives Matter. And because Stefan was human and is not alien to us, he is us. And I want to first start out with saying that this was a human tragedy and we need a human response. And as much as we work on making sure that, and Chief, you've told a similar story, that these interactions go in ways that people don't die. I think that it is incumbent on us, though, to acknowledge the needs of the family and the community and the trauma that they have faced, and that those are very real things that we need to tend to as much as we tend to fixing this. So, Chief, when you were sworn in, I was really touched by your story of interaction with law enforcement from the other side of the badge, and how your story, in a way, could have gone differently too. We don't know at this point, and we'll never know what would have happened in Mr. Clark's life, because he no longer has that chance. And I believe that you, in laying out your policy approach and answering those questions tonight, and indeed referring to your own swearing in, are referring to this idea that we need to reframe and acknowledge that our system needs change. The thing that I'm going to ask about, there are a bunch of things I'm going to ask about, but the bigger message is that even though we perfect this moment where law enforcement may interact with the community, and we have to get that right every time as much as we can, we also have to look at the whole system. And Councilmember Guerra talked about institutional racism and the design of these systems that we need to really reform, whether it's how the city operates or the school district or the community college district. How can we look at this as a chance to leave this painful conversation stronger as a community and healthier as a community, where we're not writing off large sections of the community as not like us because they have a different experience, they don't have the same access to investment, the same access to educational opportunities, or when they engage in government or private sector systems, they're just treated with a bias, whether implicit or explicit, that is unacceptable in Sacramento in 2018. And I think that's the overall piece that we will get to, hopefully, with the mayor's leadership, and deliver real investment. But when there's a shooting in the community, do we, Chief, deliver any trauma counseling for the families, or are there services available to meet their needs? Because that's something that's come out of this as a very clear question.
Well, we have chaplains that usually serve in that role, but I imagine there could be a lot more.
Okay, so that's something that we can look at, is when there's a situation like this, how do we meet the needs of the community to tend to that immediate trauma? Are there social services from the county or other providers that go and do outreach, like rapid response, like if we had another kind of a tragedy, a fire, a flood? Do they go out and work with the community in these situations?
I imagine there might be some. I don't know. I don't know of any of those services.
Well, part of the reason I asked that is because in this room I saw the NAACP and Roberts Family Development Center and many of our other nonprofits, and I think through the work that they do, they're probably the ones on those front lines, but they're probably not resourced to do it. So as we look at what we do, whether through the Gang Task Force, Advanced Peace, or any other investment we have, I'd like this council to really consider how we utilize our nonprofit partners to ensure that we close that gap. And Chief, this isn't solely on you, but I think it's incumbent on us to meet the whole needs of the community in those situations. I know that we've talked about use of force and proportionality, the body camera policy, so I won't raise those again. I do think, though, the work that Francine is doing, and you have done, Chief, around transparency, proving to the community that through our response that we are taking this matter seriously is critical. And I think the efforts not only to be explicit about releasing the video quickly, to bring in OPSA, but also the Attorney General's office, and the work by U.S. Department of Justice gives us, hopefully, more importantly, the public, some idea that the information they're going to get is factual, is transparent, and is quickly provided. So I want to thank you for your leadership on that in meeting the council policy, and Francine for your work from your department. The community-oriented policing piece, we've raised that several times from the dais, Mr. City Manager, and I hear it's a hiring challenge. It may also be a philosophy challenge, but I do think that the council has repeatedly asked for community-oriented policing to be restored. I know in my district, we have communities that would like to have a better, more complete relationship with law enforcement, so that when situations like this come up, they feel like they can talk to the officers to diffuse the situation and to help as well. And I think community-oriented policing is one of the few strategies we've employed over the years that could have helped really do that. And Chief, you inherited a department that was short-staffed. You've been trying to fix that in a variety of ways, but I continue to think that it is incumbent on this council to prioritize the community part of policing, and that will hopefully also help the community in feeling like we're being responsive to the demands that they've made. The final thing I'll just mention, because I'm trying to be brief, is Mayor, and I touched on this for a second, but I do hope you can convene the school board president, the community college board president. I saw Pam Haynes here from Los Rios. Thank you for being here, Pam. The county and some of the other agencies to figure out how we get into the roots of these communities' challenges, to create opportunity, but also to invest real money, because simply making policing better isn't the answer to fixing the institutional racism and the lack of investment.
Look forward to a number of proposals, announcements on that score, not just one, but several over the next month and months. That is obviously the key here. All right, I have Councilmember Jennings, and I've got a few questions, and we're going to turn it over to the community. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. There's 3 questions I have as it relates to diversity. How are we doing as it relates to the current numbers? What can the community do to play a role in helping to recruit? And what do we need to do differently in order to make sure that we're recruiting a diverse workforce?
Yeah, I think we're doing better, but we're still woefully behind in several categories: women, African American, Hispanic. I think we had a presentation a few months ago about the diversity of the city. So I think we're getting better. Our recruiting is looking better than it did before, but we're still behind in several of those categories. We're doing a lot of things around recruiting, hiring, changing a lot of things that I think is helping, but you can't correct something that's been around forever overnight. So to me, the report card, if you will, as Councilmember Chenier talked about, is: are we getting better? Are we moving in the right direction, or are we staying stagnant or going in the wrong direction? I think we're moving in the right direction, but the proof will be in the pudding as we move in the years ahead. I would say what the community can do is constantly refer people to us, because I think there's a lot of a couple things, a lot of misperceptions about what officers do. I think when I grew up, I thought all officers did was patrol a neighborhood and arrest people. There's so many more jobs than that as a police officer, that I think if people knew all the different things that they could do as a police officer, they might be interested in being police officers. So I'd say one is us and the community getting that information out. And I think the other misperception is a lot of people think certain things prevent them from being police officers. I was in at a store just the other day that a young man asked me, he said some medical thing he had, and he assumed that prevented him from being a police officer. He happened to be an African-American young man, probably in his early 20s. And I told him, that doesn't prevent you from being a police officer. You should apply. I gave him my card. So I'd say the other thing, that there's a misperception of things that prevent you from being police officers that might have existed years ago that don't exist anymore. So anybody that knows somebody that is even slightly interested in a police officer, or maybe they think they'd be interested if they knew, refer to us, because we'd love to talk to them. And there's so many programs now that we have that can expose people to it, so they can determine whether they think they would like it before they ever even apply. So I would say those three things would be great things for the community and the council to do.
And there were organizations that were working directly with the police department in order to have academies. I know Asian Resources, La Familia, Greater Sacramento Urban League, they were working on specific academies that helped us recruit. Are we still doing that, and do we need to do more?
Yes, I would say some of those academies could have a lot more students in them. So I think the advertising and getting the word out, whether it's both from us and from our community partners, would be great. But yes, we just had a graduation for all of those maybe a month ago.
Okay. And then I want to get to the questions from the public as well, but the current academies that we have at McClatchy, Grant, and Kennedy, what percentage of those students move into a field of law enforcement?
I don't have that exact number, but clearly that could be more. But I think it's also important to know, as I started the one at Grant and ran that for 3 years, not all those students in those academies want to be in law enforcement, but they like being in the academy because of the structure and but I do think we can continually get better at the pathways, and we've done a lot better job of that over the last couple of years than several years ago, and there's scholarships and all sorts of things. This council approved some funding for student trainees, and I think so that might be another way to increase that funding, because those are the entry-level spots for high school students and college students that gets people hooked. And then they go on to be dispatchers, police officers, whatever it may be. So we do get employees from those academies, but it could always be better.
So my final question is on non-lethal force. Is there something that we need to give to law enforcement that we currently aren't funding right now? Is there something else that's out there that can be utilized by the officers?
I think, those are always things that maybe something comes up next year, a new piece of equipment or things like that we always have to look at. I would say maybe the only thing is more of the equipment, but right now, a lot of what the officers have is the top of the line: pepper balls, shotgun, beanbag rounds, ballistic shields, and all of them are fairly new within the last year because of the funding you provided.
And they have been trained on all of that, I heard you say earlier.
Yes.
And the determination of when they use non-lethal force versus lethal force is a split-second decision, or?
No, oftentimes you can pre-plan it if the situation exists, and we've put out a few videos of officers doing that, and I would say on a weekly basis there's officers utilizing that equipment, so it has definitely benefited us as a community.
And I think my final point, as a part of the report card, it would be good for the public to see the amount of times that we use non-lethal force and how successful we've been with that.
I would agree.
Okay, thank you, Jennings. I have some questions, and I too will try to be brief. So, Chief, I know that as we talked about earlier, there are some questions I want to put out for your consideration to report back, and some we may be able to discuss here today. And I want to thank you for the great job you have been doing. I want to ask you, if you were to step back and ask, and you were asked, I guess I will ask, to name 3 areas of reform when it comes to, say, officer-involved shootings and lethal force, to name 3 areas of reform where we are ahead of the country, and 3 areas of reform where we are behind the rest of the country, what would you say?
Well, I don't know that I could answer that because it would require research, but I can tell you areas that I know for a fact that not everybody does, which is after the fact, after an officer-involved shooting. But the video release policy that we have, I don't know any other department that has that in the entire country. There are other departments with body cameras and in-car cameras, but I don't know anybody that has the release policy that we do. And not all departments have body cameras. So I'd say that's at least in the progressive side of the country. The other things I would have to say that's what we form these committees for. That's what we're having these independent investigations done on our training and our policies, so we know where we're behind. I think we've always considered ourselves a very progressive department, and I think we are in many areas, but that doesn't mean we're progressive in all areas. For example, I mentioned in my presentation that some departments have a foot pursuit policy, but we don't. So I would say that's one area that other departments have researched it more than we have.
And that's actually my next set of questions. But before I do that, I want to follow up on Councilmember Guetta's question, because I think it does sort of get to the heart of it and the feeling from the community. When you talk to police officers, they say that, and you answered the same question, that the response is the same depending upon the alleged crime, regardless of the neighborhood. And there are many in the community, especially our communities of color, that feel very differently. You heard sort of the audible gasp when you answered that question. So you are unique in that you grew up in the community, you're of the community. And I want to ask you whether you have an opinion as to why the community and the police force feel so differently about this issue. What is it? Why? And I suppose the ultimate question, which you don't have to answer tonight, is how are we going to translate between the police force and the community so that confrontations are taken down, 10 degrees or 20 degrees, so that people are actually communicating in some ways with each other, resulting in better outcomes. But why does the community feel so differently about that question from your experience?
Well, we could probably do a whole study on that. I would say, first and foremost, I don't think it's any secret if we really think about it, that from the beginning of time, all neighborhoods don't feel the same about the police department. If we did a study right now in our different neighborhoods in our city, with the same city and the same police department, the different neighborhoods would feel drastically different from other neighborhoods about their very same police department. And I said that in my swearing-in ceremony. I said it again tonight. That is our challenge. How do we change that has been around forever? Mm-hmm. How do we get the residents and members of Del Paso Heights to feel exactly the same as, say, the Fab 40s or somewhere else? I mean, that is the challenge that we have to tackle, and that is really, I think, at a lot of the root causes of a lot of this stuff. And that's what I came back to do, and that's my challenge.
Okay.
Absolutely, all of our challenge.
I want to ask you about training hours for a minute. When I went back and looked at the November 2016 report back to the council, where the council adopted the use of force policy, as well as reconstituting the Oversight Commission to give it more authority, there was a page in the report that listed the number of Sacramento Police Academy training hours. And although there isn't a reference date on it, I believe it was for 2016. And under the category of training for use of force less lethal, between Post and the Sacramento Police Academy, the number of training hours were 30. And then I go down the chart under LD 35, firearms and chemical agents. Between Post and the Sacramento Police Academy, the total number of hours trained for firearms and chemical agents is 212 hours. No, I mean, it's not a gotcha question. It's again, for us to all sort of take in and reflect, and maybe to get the chief's initial reaction. The training is over 200 hours for use of firearms and chemical agents, and it's 30 hours for de-escalation training. Is that significant? What does that mean? Is that something that you and your department and your task force are willing to look at?
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with that report. If it was 16, it's before I got here, but I would say this. One of the things all these committees that we have that are looking at is our training and our policies. So if those groups come back and say we need a significant additional training, that we would implement that. But I'd also say this. I think you should have more firearms training, because that's a deadly weapon. And if we're going to use a deadly weapon, you better be trained really well on it. And so for less lethal equipment, I would say you don't need as much training as the deadly equipment. So those are all things that should be on the table, absolutely, and that we should look at.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor.
You're welcome to be here, Savante. We welcome you. Maybe you could sit in the audience if you don't mind, and we're going to call you up to testify in just a moment because we want to hear from you. Like we want to hear from.
Shut up and listen.
No, come on. We'll hear from you in just a moment. Okay. I'm still. Go ahead. What on what I just asked?
Yeah, there was a question that you asked.
Yeah,
about,
go. If you want to follow up on that.
Yeah. Well,
Sure.
you know, the mayor asked a question about why the perception is different in different communities, and as it relates to the police. And I don't think it's perception. I think it's reality. You know, and I think the statistics bear that out, that people of color have different experiences, you know, in terms of percentages as it relates to being arrested, being shot. You know, even if you look at the incarceration rates of people of color as opposed to Caucasians. So I don't believe it's a situation where there's a perception issue, there's a reality issue. And I think that is part of the root problem, which stems from some of the economic issues that we've talked about as well, that we need to address. But I just wanted to make sure that, you know, at least from where I sit and what I've experienced is I don't think it's a community issue where they are misinterpreting the reality that they live in, you know. And so, you know, I would be happy to hear your response, Mr. Chief.
Well, I don't disagree.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Warren, for following up. I want to get back to a few of my specific questions here. I want to ask about the ages of our officers. Every time when I attend a roll call, I sort of note that the police force seems to be younger and younger, and that there are a lot of young men and women who are in their early 20s who we invest a significant amount of power and responsibility in. And so this is my question, Chief. Is there a correlation between officers having less experience on the force and being assigned to lower income neighborhoods in Sacramento?
Well, all of our, I don't know that there's a direct correlation, but it might end up like that. All officers sign up by seniority. So depending on your seniority, whatever's left on in terms of a car or a neighborhood or place is what you have access to.
So this is another area, and again, it may involve the collective bargaining issues and seniority, and I understand that I would hope that the task force and you and the police commission would take a good look at, because, and I know it goes two ways. You could argue, and I think you've actually said this to me, that younger officers may in some ways be able to relate to the community better than, or to young people in the community better than their peers. On the other hand, with less experience, there seems to be a greater the potential of greater danger in terms of responding or reacting to a crisis situation. So sort of ferreting that out in terms of whether or not our staffing patterns, for whatever the reason, are putting less experienced officers in higher risk situations, I think is something that ought to be explored as part of your review and our discussion about these matters.
Let me address that for a little bit. So I would agree that obviously if you're younger with less experience, you don't have the experience that as a more veteran officer has. But I also think, you know, as each generation comes along, they have different norms that might make them better able to relate to their peers or whatever. I'll also say that I started when I was 19 years old. And I would hate to think that we don't value our young officers, because they a lot of that is inescapable. As the economy went down and we laid off officers and didn't hire for years, and then we started hiring again, you're going to have a young department. And sooner or later, all these young officers right now are going to be at retirement age, and we're going to go through it again. And so I think the key is, how do we recruit? How do we look for the certain things that are going to fit our community and be good fits for our community? Because every department and every community is different. And so what might fit in another city might not fit here. And so the recruiting and hiring is so critical that we get officers, young, old, or veteran, whatever you want to call that, that fits our community, that is able to accomplish the mission and goals that we set for our community.
I think that's right. And, you know, a lot of this does get back to resources. I know a question I get asked about in the community all the time is, do younger officers have a more senior officer that rides with them in their first months or period of time while they're on the force, before they are alone, essentially, in a patrol car? Is that part of our protocol and our policy?
That's our 5 or 6 month field training program. They ride with a field training officer that trains and evaluates them for that.
So their entire shift, they are with somebody more senior for 5 or 6 months?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Chief, having been here a while now on this council, it's been, I've been through, I think you were my first captain, but I only got to keep you a little while before you left, and then McCowan, Risley, and Pam. So it has been my experience that the officers tend to choose their sign-up. They don't, it's not like there's one neighborhood that is the last one that everyone chooses. It seems to me, and I'm wondering if this is your opinion too, at least this has been my experience, that they tend to go more for which days they want on or off based on their family life. So if they want Saturdays off to coach a kid's team or something. 2, they like to work with certain captains. For example, when I had you out there were a lot of officers that followed you out there. Same with Pam Seifert. She's such a leader among women that I notice a lot of people go directly with her. And then the other piece, and this is where community-oriented policing really comes in, is I know officers who do not want to leave certain neighborhoods because they feel so connected to particularly nonprofits or schools. Especially, I think that holds true with some of these really special groups like Brother to Brother or Oak Park City of Refuge, people that want to stay in that community. That's been my experience with officers, but I'm wondering what you think, and maybe it would help people understand what goes through an officer's mind when they are signing up, how they make their decision.
Yeah, I would say police officers are just like any other large group that you talk about. It's not homogeneous. There's a lot of different priorities that each person has. So you might have an officer that, because they have a family or kids or a certain schedule, they choose, their first priority is days off and which shift. Another one you might have that just has an area. Like I spent most of my career in the North area. I liked working in Del Paso Heights, so that's where I spent most of my time regardless of what shift it was. You might have somebody that goes there because they really like working for that sergeant or that captain or that lieutenant. So I would say there's no one thing that everybody picks. There's a myriad of reasons why. They're just as diverse as any other group in terms of why they do what they do.
Okay. Thank you. Let me cover a couple other areas because I want to get I want to get some of the hard questions on the record so that you can take it back. And so we do not have a foot pursuit policy, correct, in Sacramento?
Correct.
We do have a vehicle pursuit policy, however, that changed a number of years ago, where we do fewer high-speed vehicle chases because of the danger. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in not having a foot pursuit policy currently, for example, we don't distinguish in our training for officers whether or not they should pursue differently depending upon whether or not the suspect is suspected of a lesser misdemeanor type crime versus a felony serious bodily injury crime. Is that correct?
Well, they touch on that in training and things, but there's no written policy.
No policy. And some cities do have a policy that do some cities have a foot pursuit policy that makes the use of lethal force a last resort if the individual is being pursued for less serious criminal, suspected of less serious criminal conduct?
Well, I would assume every city has a policy that says lethal force is the last resort. But there are cities that have a specific foot pursuit policy, and that's what we'll be looking at.
I think this is obviously an area of prime interest for the community. And I also understand that there may be two sides to, in terms of analyzing the pros and cons of changing such a policy. But I just hope, Chief, that this foot pursuit policy and changing it to minimize the use of lethal force is a top-tier priority for your task force and for your reports back to the commission and to the city council, because I think it gets at the essence of what we saw on that videotape and the essence of what we're struggling with as a community here together. Same thing with the issue of the number of rounds fired when a firearm is used. There is no specific policy on that, correct?
Correct.
And do we know whether other cities have more specific policies about how many times to discharge one's firearm if it has to be used?
I do not know of any city. As a matter of fact, the post guidelines don't specifically address that not to do that.
Is that an area that you think is worth looking at?
I think the area of utilization of the firearms is definitely an area. I don't know that we would ever get to a specific number of rounds that should or shouldn't be fired, because every situation is different.
Okay. Your use of force committee that you're speaking about, the task force, you mentioned that there are some members of the police department, some members of the public. Is that public itself who's on that task force, and how often they're meeting, and
so far they've been meeting about once a month, and the community, I don't remember all the law enforcement members, but the community members are D'Angelo Mack, Ramona Landeros, and the chair of the police commission.
Okay, that's great. And as part of what you're looking at, both through your task force, as well as the work with the DOJ and the Attorney General's office, best practices throughout the rest of the country?
Yes.
Okay, that is important. And finally, I think it's also important when you come back and over these months ahead to help educate the public and the community and the council on some of these other less lethal uses of force and what their strengths are and what some of their limitations are, because I think that's something that the community wants to know about. Taser, for example, what distance one must be from somebody in order to effectively use the taser. Finally, I want to make a comment about community policing, because I think we all ought to stop fooling ourselves here. The chief has a philosophy of community policing. That's who he is. One of the reasons why the city manager, why we were so excited to hire him. But in reality, we don't have community policing in the city. We don't have it. We don't have it in large part because we are under-resourced. I mean, I think that's, excuse me, let me speak my piece here. I think it's a big part of it. I remember when I was on the council the first time, that because of the federal grants from the Clinton administration, that we had actual neighborhood police officers who were out of their cars seemingly as much as they were in their cars. And they were at all the community events. The majority of their time was not spent responding to dispatch calls. And the community knew them by name, and they knew the community by name. And nothing was perfect, but there was a greater sense, I think, of identification between our police force and the community. We don't have that anymore. I know we've got POP, which was one version. I know we have Justice for Neighbors. These are sort of niche very important things that the council over time has found some more funding for, but we do not have community policing. And I think if among the greatest services that you could provide here for us in this community conversation over the months ahead is to lay out a strategic plan for how we get back to genuine, I don't even want to call it community policing, genuine neighborhood policing. That, and to have an honest conversation about what it would take resource-wise to create that identification between men and women on the police department and the communities, because between impact teams and just the personal efforts of the men and women on the force, there's a lot of community interaction. It's not like there isn't any. I've been on my ride-alongs, and I've said many times, I've seen the social work that many of the officers perform just in terms of solving problems for a homeless person or somebody who's having a difficult time. But we don't have what you aspire to and what we all aspire to in this city. And I think we ought to be honest about it, and I think we ought to figure out strategically how over the next several years we get there and integrate it with our Parks and Rec and our youth department and our economic development efforts and take this on in a very real way, and instead of continuing to kind of pretend that we have what we don't have and to complain that we don't have it. Some of it's a resource question, not all of it. But the community wants it, we want it, you want it. Let's talk about how, over the course of time, we get there. I know that you have, I'm told, if we're down 130 officers from the height of 804, which was the height, that you have plans actually to fill, what, 60 vacancies over the next, how many months?
Well, we should be at our full staffing hopefully by the end of next year.
Okay. Well, full staffing gets you to about 745. Not the full 804, but 745.
Yeah, we're authorized 745 officers.
I understand. Okay, let's hear from the public. Thank you. Well, might I suggest that we take 5 minutes to just stretch before?
We just listen to you talk for 2 hours. We want our turn.
Okay, we don't have to. Let's get right to the public testimony. What's Devontae first? Okay.
I have,
Not the first idea of mine that has been rejected, so that's all right. Okay.
I have 64 people signed up to speak. The first one is Devontae Clark, then Joshua White, then Mimi Budd. Devontae?
Okay.
I am Stephon Clark. I am Stephon Clark. I am Stephon Clark. Louder. Stephon Clark. Louder. Stephon Clark. Louder. Stephon Clark.
Y'all know who I'm here for. Yeah. So we're gonna get this out the way, then we're gonna get them out the way, and then we're gonna get Black us out the way.
Devontae,
How you doing, Mr. Mayor?
Welcome to you.
You said what?
Welcome to you.
Oh, hey. How you doing,
You
sir?
have
Y'all
2
doing
minutes,
good?
if that's
Huh?
okay.
You said what?
If you don't mind taking about 2 minutes, because we got about 60 speakers, and we'd like to
2
hear
minutes.
from...
I'll take less than 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take about 30 seconds if we got.
You can take full.
I don't need your time like that. I want a meeting with you and the police chief for at least 10 minutes though, privately, okay, on these things. I want to, and the media too. I no longer, me, the Clark family, as we no longer want that video to be aired, and the family does not want to see it, media. The video of the aerial, the shooting, the gunshots, all that, please, media, cut it out. We can't even watch freaking TV.
Okay. Devontae, why don't you address us, okay?
Hold on, they're here, so I want to look them in their eyes and tell them.
Okay.
Stop playing the video, please. Second down, thank you. Snap, 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 snap. Come on, snap, snap, snap. We gotta get it going. He said I got 30 seconds. I already said I gotta sit down the mayor. Don't with the video, all right? Community policing, y'all discussed that. Let's keep that narrative going. The police chief, Daniel, he already know about the community policing. I'm trying to get Tommy Norman out here to help you. Tommy Norman, use that name. Tommy Norman needs to help you get it together. The mayor, we love you, support the mayor.
Say that again.
Okay, hold on.
like that. That was good.
Hold on. And we need to fix my people with I have mental health issues. Okay, guys?
Nothing to be ashamed of there, Stevante. Nothing to be ashamed of.
No, y'all need to hear this. For real,
Okay.
Hold on. Because people need to hear this. Physically, I'm right in front of you. You see me, right? Y'all see me, right? But here.
We'll help you, man. We'll help you. Everyone wants to help.
My heart is gone. You see what I'm saying? Love is emotion, feelings. I don't give a.
Everybody wants to help you, man.
It's here. It's not here. It's
I know.
Here. I'm messed up here. Y'all hear me? Okay, now I gotta go. That's my 30 seconds.
Thank you, Stevante. Thank you.
Let's go.
Our next speaker is Joshua White, then Mimi Budd, and then Michael Voy.
I'd be remiss not to mention the unnecessary killing of Stephon Clark and my express condolences for his family and our community. On that matter, I'd like to note that our chief value statement as a community must be unequivocally to do the right thing, always. The right thing isn't necessarily what the law permits. The law has permitted unspeakable inequity in this country. The right thing is rooted in our shared commitment to one another. DA Anne-Marie Schubert, of whom you should all rescind your endorsement, is looking for legal justification of an immoral action. When we allow that which is lawful to dictate our morals, preservation of our institutions take precedence over the safety of our most vulnerable. I moved to Sacramento 4 years ago. I love the city. We could be at the precipice of an economic resurgence, and there's so much opportunity to proactively reach out to those looking for somewhere to invest and to spend their lives. We have to invest in ourselves first. We have to affirm that humanity, dignity, worth are not earned and they are not forfeited. When Sacramento protects officers who irreparably breach community trust by dehumanizing the lives of those they're meant to protect, specifically black men, there must be consequences that minimally include termination. Please recommend to our city manager that he urgently demands the firing of the officers who killed Stephon Clark and retroactively fires officers whose sealed internal records protect behavior that reflect implicit bias. Not because it's good PR, but rather because our value statement as a community is to do the right thing. And I have a few more seconds, so I want to say I know that there are good officers. I have an uncle who is an incredible officer in Chicago. We do them a grave disservice when we forcibly affiliate them with officers who exhibit poor behavior. And that's it.
Thank you.
Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council, my name is Mimi Budd, and I am a resident of Curtis Park for nearly 40 years now. Tonight I am here with Curtis Park friends and neighbors to ask for substantive change following the recent tragic shooting of Stephon Clark. Our Curtis Park Neighborhood Association Board of Directors recently adopted a policy supporting such change, and the letter is being distributed to you now. We stand with our African American neighbors and all people who are advocating for justice for this young man. We are all demanding review and reform of the policing practices and protocols that led to this tragedy, as well as for renewed attention to the broader issue of economic disparities in our neighborhoods that are at the root of tragic events like this one. We acknowledge with compassion the grief and frustration our neighbors are expressing as they call for change, and we think it is critical to say to you that we are united as one community in this pursuit. We commend all of you for the leadership the city has shown as events have unfolded since the shooting. We also acknowledge the difficult situation in which our police find themselves since then, upholding free speech in the streets while at the same time trying to keep people safe. And we are heartened to hear Chief Hahn's report this evening. But something wasn't right in this situation, to a tragic end. So we think it is urgent that we review and make changes as necessary to these existing policies and protocols to avoid another tragic shooting, including the policies Chief Hahn has mentioned this evening: less use of force, more use of non-lethal alternatives, improved de-escalation training, and perhaps most important, implicit bias training that is ongoing, substantive, and publicly disclosed. Mayor Steinberg, you recently said there has to be a better way. We agree, and we are committed to doing whatever we can to help. Please call on us to be part of the solution. It is our hope that out of this terrible tragedy, Sacramento will transform into a more just, equitable, and safe home for all of us. Thank you for your time.
But thank you to you and your neighbors. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Voy, then Deborah Garcia, then Dennis Hewlett.
Evening, Mayor, Council members. I keep going back to the Mann case. I can't get up to Stephon Clark yet because things that happened there affected Stephon's life. It was interesting that you brought up a vehicle pursuit. I remember the Mann case had vehicle pursuit. No question about that. I saw that. I was in the room with, I don't know how many people, all kinds of diverse people, 40 or 50 when I saw that video. No one in that room thought the right thing happened. Something wasn't right back there. It's with us today. Now, there's something about when we talk about the relationships between the communities and the police, they start in different places emotionally. Very different places emotionally, particularly when they're in conflict with one another. They're in different places emotionally. There's a lack of trust. I think some responsibility is with political leaders. Police Chief Hahn is a good man. He stood in this chamber and somebody called him a punk. To de-escalate the situation so it wouldn't become out of hand, he removed himself from the chamber. I don't know that I could have done that. I don't back down. When I'm challenged, I take it on head on. And everybody on that council knows that is a fact. Okay?
Your time is up. Please.
Well, it wasn't because it just expired. I will be back and I will be strapped on for you because political leaders bear some responsibility.
Laura Garcia, then Dennis Hewlett, then Jean.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Deborah Garcia, and I'm on the leadership team for Women for Equality. I have to read you a letter that we sent to the Sacramento City Manager, Howard Chan, last week. We've not heard back yet, so I'm going to read it to you to show you that we are going to continue to demand termination.
You have 2 minutes, okay? So maybe you want to summarize it and make it part of the record. Excuse
Women
me.
for Equality
Everyone
is
has 2
demanding,
minutes so everyone can be heard, all right?
Women for Equality is demanding the immediate termination of the 2 police officers who shot Stephon Clark to death on Sunday, March 18th, for use of excessive lethal force and neglecting to resuscitate. Stephon Clark was a 22-year-old black man, son, father, citizen, and so much more, whose life has been taken by the Sacramento Police Department way too soon. This is an atrocity that warrants justice immediately. Women for Equality is a local grassroots organization that stands up for love and equality, and today we stand with the Clark family along with the greater Sacramento community in our demand for justice. Stephon Clark was unarmed in his own backyard at the time of this shooting, having only a cell phone in his hand. To make matters even more challenging, the autopsy report revealed that of the total 20 shots fired by Sac PD officers, 8 lethal shots entered Clark's body. Of the 8 shots that entered his body, 1 entry was through his side and 7 others were fired into his back. The evidence shows that Stephon Clark did not charge the officers as had been previously reported, and thus this shooting is a homicide. In addition, according to the body cam footage, there was no attempt to resuscitate Clark at any time immediately after he was shot
if you could
at
please wrap
20
it up,
times.
please. Thank you.
Instead, they treated him like a criminal by handcuffing him even after his death that took place within minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll make the letter a full part of the record. We're happy to do it. You want to get a copy to the
Yes,
clerk?
I do.
I'll read it myself. Okay. Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, my name is Dennis Hewlett, and I'm a resident of District 8. And just a couple things. One is, I heard a lot of things today from the chief about, all the things that we do and we don't do and what we want to do. But he kept referring to it, the March 18th incident, and it was the killing of Stephon Clark. And I'm not getting a sense from the police that they think anything really bad happened. They think that the officers are justified. Now, I may not be right. I'm just saying that's the sense I get when I read on social media. They think the cops didn't do anything wrong, and they just have a totally different view than we have about what it means to be police. They're most important. It seems like they're trained to come home alive. That's their main thing. And if they think they're threatened, they need to shoot. And that may be the law, but does it have to be the way we view things? Is that really who we want to be? Or do you want to maybe make sure somebody has a gun before you shoot? I'm sure you'd like it to be that way. And if you make a mistake like that, you got to be fired. I mean, at the very least, you just got to be. And I also would like to just mention this use of a helicopter. I would very much like it if you guys could look at I'd like to see a report on how that thing is used. I've been out at protests where there's like 50 of us on the side of the street, and there's a helicopter going over us. And I'm like, is this how I want to spend my money as a citizen? It just feels threatening. It feels like, and that whole incident probably wouldn't happen if it wasn't for that helicopter exacerbating the situation by saying, oh, this man's running away, he's running here. He's walking around most of the time.
Thank you. Chief, hold on. Chief, I'd like to make sure that we add that question about appropriate use of the helicopter, I know it's a county helicopter, to the list of questions that need to be asked and answered, okay? Thank you. Thank you for raising it.
The next
Okay.
speaker is Jean or Janae, G-E-N-E, and then Barbara Hernzelman, and then Anita Ross. Is Jean here? No? Barbara Hernzelman. So Barbara, following Barbara is Anita Ross, and then Mac Worthy. Barbara? Barbara's not here?
So I really want to say that I really appreciate the questions that were asked by some of the council people tonight. I thought that they were actually really heard the cries from your community, and especially Larry, yourself. The other thing I really want to say is the conversation tonight was around your standards of operation procedures. I'd say, the chief, you got quite a job on your hands there. But the important thing is how much are all of you going to support his efforts? That funding and his manpower or person power that he needs has to come from you, has to come from somebody to direct that. The important part I think is missing here is Francine's job is not funded What are we doing if we're not funding the community liaison efforts here? This doesn't make any sense at all. The other thing is I think that not only the officers, but those who officers were in the helicopter should be held completely responsible. I don't know how many of you have been in a neighborhood, but when that helicopter's out with a spotlight on, damn, you could see all the way through my house. So I think the important part is to see everybody is held accountable. And it isn't just the police chief that has to correct the situation. It's all of you.
Yes.
All of you have to be a part of this. So the standards operation procedure should involve, from the top down, community leaders, community liaisons, community task force should be created, and it all should be funded. It should not be a volunteer resource of your community effort. It should be a funded resource that people then have an opportunity to work within their own network and create an avenue of being able to keep this communication going and support your brand new chief of police, and then for you all to have an opportunity to hear the voices of your community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Anita Ross. Ms. Ross, then Mac Worthy, then Brenda
clarify
Anderson.
one thing, if I might. Ms. Turnow's position is funded. She's not a volunteer. I don't know if that was.
She was indicating to the community.
No, she's a full. No, she does need additional resources, but she does have a team and is a full-time person. Go ahead, Ms. Ross.
Hi, I'm Anita Ross. I'm the founder of Women for Equality. We heard from them a little bit ago. A couple weeks ago, I was here and I asked that each of you step into leadership on behalf of the Clark family, the African American community, mothers, fathers, grandparents of Black children, and all people in our city who are deeply affected by Stephon Clark's death. While our healing does not rely solely on your actions, having justice served is most definitely a part of the healing process. At this time, one of the things that is particularly tormenting is the fact that the two cops who killed Stephon Clark are sitting comfortably on paid administrative leave. Stephon was not afforded the innocent until proven guilty policy. I am once again here to ask you to let go of protocol, policy, norms, status quo, and do what is morally correct, which would be termination of these two officers right now, not after the investigation. The autopsy results are clear, having been shot 7 times in the back. If you do not have the power to break through the red tape, then send a message loud and clear to the powers that be that this level of injustice will not continue on your watch. It works. As a result of the strong messages that have come from the community, a lot of things have happened, right? Unprecedented results. We've heard a lot of it already. But let me be crystal clear. Even with all of that, the message you are sending by not calling for termination is that Black lives don't matter. That is a harmful message, and quite honestly, as the mother of 3 Black children, I say not on my watch. Please do what is love-based, just, and morally sound. Send a message that Black lives do in fact matter by calling for immediate termination of the cops that killed Stephon Clark. Thank you.
I need to just clarify something because it's part of my responsibility to just. I hear your passion in your call, but I just want to be very clear from the police chief's. It would be illegal for the city. I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and may not be liked. It would be illegal for the city to fire anybody without the completion of an investigation and a hearing. I just want to put that out there. Okay. Mr. Worthy, change the law. We'll try to change the law. Go ahead, Mr. Worthy.
Good afternoon. Mayor, may I get your attention?
Go ahead, Mr. Worthy.
Okay, you inherit this one. These people here, we are tired of seeing dog and pony shows. We're gonna never see the pony ride the dog. Is this what this is? That's the reason my speaker said oppose. Now, if your scenario, you would have had this some time ago and not tonight, while the investigation going on. How many of you been on a scene to see the police de-escalate? Been on a crime scene to see the police de-escalate? How many of you ever heard a police command in de-escalation? Now, when the glasses were broke out of that car, did that person see this boy? Can he identify him? Okay, couldn't identify him. Now, did the police department call anybody from the neighborhood? On your camera, when you first talked about it, I talked to you all about a voice. Have you been around and heard the words that said when you got a crime scene going on from the police department and the people on the ground? You might have shot the wrong boy. Did the helicopter see anyone else in that same territory? These things got to be what you have in this year that you should have been into months ago. The oversight of the police department is garbage, and you know it's garbage. Carr knew when he went to Berkeley on a field trip what was in this charter and what the state and government have about the police department. People, I don't know. I don't know where you're going with this because this is stupid. You're going the stupid way with this instead of letting this family grieve and come back here and set up new guidelines. You cannot call every scene the same thing, the police department. I got to pull my book out to see what the policy is. Every scene is different, people. I grew up in the street. It's different. Understand this. The oversight is garbage. Get away from it and redo the thing and go to the neighborhood. How many people here have been in an oversight meeting?
Mr. Worthy, thank you for your comments.
They got to hear what's going on here. We heard you all. These people need to hear this oversight meeting. Only thing is testimony is what the police done. Why don't we have records on what the police have done? Nobody have followed up. Employment is the factor here. Get some employment in those neighborhoods, and the black man won't have to go to crime.
The next speaker is Brenda Anderson.
Brenda
Anderson, then Jean.
Nell, can you, I think
Kathy Ballantine.
Miss Anderson, it's your turn. Nell, can you give her the mic?
Good evening. Peace and love tidings to the public. Greetings to the council. Thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to turn the tables a little bit here. There's no criticism. I came here tonight as no affiliation with any organization whatsoever, only my own struck to the core, deep concern of devastation that has taken place. What I want to say is that if you believe you need to protect your youth from what you believe is some type of mentally deranged, should be protectors of them. Now, I suggest start in the home, which includes the community. Everyone in this room can testify to how they arrived or did not arrive at their goals, where they live, how they grew up, who guided them, who strengthened them. We need to go back to the beginning. I want to make sure that if my child steps out of that door, he knows how to keep out of harm's way to ensure that he comes back in that door, that he's not laying on the ground dead for some reason that I have to come down here and find out about. I know that I have shown him the way to go. Whatever resources or programs, it's my responsibility to make sure that child lives matter.
Thank you, Brenda.
And that is the most important thing I came here to say. I'm not going to point fingers at nobody. I'm not going to criticize the chief. I'm not going to criticize nobody who came here and fussed. I just want to think about it. The California Commission, the California Museum, has an Afro-American display called We Still Arise. Let us go forward and heal. Go down there, take your family down there and see who you are and where you got to go.
Brenda, thank you. Your time is up.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I
Thank
forgot
you.
about that.
It's okay. It's okay.
Our next speaker is Juve, and then Kathy Ballantine, and then Tamara Lacey.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Gervais, and I actually went to Metro Middle School with Stefan in high school. And the difference that what y'all think was a gun, it was the same thing right here. Whereas, if we can put this on the screen, the difference between a cell phone and the gun is what I just showed you right there. This is what he had. This is what y'all thought he had. That's a big freaking damn difference, I think. And I do believe that the flashlights you guys have, and supposedly it was shining. Don't you guys know that the #1 brightest flashlight is actually a cop light? That's why when people see cop lights, they freaking wake the hell up. So, and just like and a long time ago, Dan, you don't remember me, but when I was a kid, I did ride along with you in the Paso Heights. You always told me to stand up for what you believe and what you fight for. So for me, straight that up real quick. Do what's right. It's just like for me, if I kill someone, I'm doing time. Well, the 2 officers that killed my best friend should be terminated and fired. Because there ain't no way in hell can you mistake this for that. Ain't no way in hell. And do what's right and take back you guys' endorsements from the damn DA. Because, hey, let's be real. The only reason why you're endorsing her, because you guys are probably fucking her. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Kathy Ballantine, and then Tamara Lacey.
Welcome, Miss Ballantine. After Miss Ballantine is Tamara Lacey.
Hi, my name is Kathy Ballantine, and I'm a private citizen, and I'm also a member of the Women for Equality leadership team. I'm very honored to be able to speak tonight and appreciate your time. I know that you've been hearing a lot about what's been happening, and I just wanted to step forward to say that I had a bit of an epiphany after this happened with Stephen Clark. I was embarrassed to be white. And I've never felt that way before. Not that I felt great to be white, but I felt embarrassed by it. My views about people who are black were ingrained in me at a very early age. I was riding an elevator with my mother at about 6 years old, and she said, "Today, Mr. Lewis is going to help us." When I got up to his audiology office, I have a hearing loss, I learned that he was black. I know that along the way in my life, I've had many people who are black help me, and I would hope that I would help them. And I think this is our time and our opportunity to help people who are black and all other groups, because we all matter. And I think we can't forget that. And I also just want to urge that the investigation into the police be expedient, and we realize that there are many options that would be explored up to and including termination. So I just want to let you know that we are a partner with you, and thank you again for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Ballantine. Tamara Lacey. Welcome, Ms. Lacey.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tamara Lacey, and I'm here to affirm everything that Women for Equality said, but I also have a few comments of my own. I'm a mother and a grandmother, and like Councilman Larry Carr said, I've had to have that difficult talk with my sons who are grown, but I can tell you 10 years ago, each of them had unfair situations with police. They were not arrested, but what they went through should not have happened, and they were profiled. But in addition to that, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. For Francine, to have information on how to become a commissioner with OPSA, is it? Am I saying that correctly? Or how to file a police complaint. That is a public service. And as a public service, those announcements can be made free of charge in the newspapers and radio for sure. So I would hope that you would maybe be able to take advantage of that going forth, because I think in the last 15 years, I only heard one thing about a police accountability office of some sort, and I think I was in my car and I couldn't even write it down. So we need to hear it in the community a whole lot, how to file a complaint, and also how to become a commissioner, and the requirements, some public postings, and again, radio is out there, and so are the newspapers. As far as the new directives for the cameras being turned on or off, I have a little bit of a problem with if it's a personal conversation, and because of the trust issues. I mean, in the community,
your time is up. Can we have your final thought, please?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Can we have your final thought?
Okay, well, I just think it needs to be looked at again, because if the police department is the first one to view the videos and to hear the audios, then why not let it run all the way through, and then if it's not appropriate for the public to hear it, they can edit it. That's just my comment on that.
Thank you for
well,
your comment.
maybe not. Okay, maybe not. I hear no. I hear no. The problem is that it shouldn't be turned off.
Miss
It
Lacey,
shouldn't be turned off.
your time is up. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
After Miss Lacey is Carl Kinsey, Earl Levels, and then Gene Holston. Carl Kinsey. Welcome, Mr. Kinsey.
Thank you all, and God bless you. I heard the question being posed during this time of why we have such a callous and a standoffishness with the police officers. And I think because we believe that protect and serve is merely a mantra when it should be a heart condition that's taken into our community and exuded in and amongst our community and our people. And I know it's a fragile time, and though I could exude anger right now, I'd rather go into love, so I wrote a love letter for all people. Internalizing our hurts and pains, missteps, and misfortune has cast a debilitating shadow of depression over our community as a whole. The energy that society has taught us to exude amongst each other promotes a dense fog of confusion. It becomes an exhausting process pushing towards the matriculation of clarity in the midst of the fog. The reoccurrence of such blinding mists dims the light and hope within the strongest and most faithful of God's chosen warriors. We must now understand that our stance has no value without virtue, our posture will not prosper without purpose, and no legacy will last without love. For love is a marathon commitment that sees no equitable value in titles, accolades, and short-sighted division. I respectfully as well as responsibly urge each man, woman, boy, and girl that has breath to breathe and a dream to dream to evade terms such as was and will, and courageously live in the spirit of now. Fasten your hearts and minds so that each step taken will illuminate your path consciously and indiscriminately, spreading your light amongst the world, for God's kingdom is without walls and ceilings. Therefore, grace intends for us to celebrate the variances in and amongst all creation. Position your heart's disposition on the highest power, which stands as a pillar of strength that needs no defense and will forever and always remain triumphant. I thank you. God bless you.
Mr. Kinsey. Mr. Levels, Earl Levels, you're next. Welcome, Mr. Levels. After you is Gene Holston and then Robert Copeland. Welcome.
I'd like to start off, I know it's very emotional in here, that it hurts me to hear about a little young man shot down like he was. The little boy that went to the store to buy candy was shot down by a vigilante, a guy who thought he was a policeman, and he got off. This is murder. The FBI, they can step in and do an investigation because sometimes there's bias. We have a helicopter can yell out commands to lay down, or he doesn't have a gun. in the video, there's no voice of anything. The Internal Affairs, I have problems filing a complaint with Internal Affairs myself. I have to go to the mayor's office, and the mayor doesn't respond. I didn't even know about this new office, this lady that stood up and spoke about it. They need to put it on the internet where people can file their own complaints without any intimidation or manipulation or bias of their conversation. We're getting tired. That could have been my kid. And I'm tired, and I'm tired, I'm tired. And you need to stop it. Because if you don't stop it, I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody's going to be happy. Nobody. A white kid threw eggs on my car after I washed it in the hot sun. And I called the police. And they said, Mr. Levels, there ain't nothing we can do about it. And I put in a video and showed him, and he dropped his head. And he went and arrested the boy, and I signed a paper, citizen's arrest. That boy was out the next day because he was white, walking in front of my house with a golf club, back and forth in front of my house, trying to intimidate me. They shoot guns around my house every night when my wife go to work at 11 o'clock, because they know when she go to work, to try to set us up to have us shot up by the police. Luckily, we got a new police chief, because if it had been an old police chief, I probably would have been dead. She'd been dead. They need to stop this crap. These people are being set up. And now the mayor, he ain't here, he walked out, that's cool too. That's him, where's that? Oh, I don't know, Mayor, where's your hand? Oh, you're the mayor, okay, all right. I wanna make sure you're there. But I have emailed the mayor, I have emailed all these departments.
Thank you, Mr. Levels.
I know.
Thank you.
All right. And I just wanna say, you need to do something about this, seriously, because it is heartbreaking.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Gene Holston, then Robert Copeland and Alex Clark. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Jean Holston. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and Councilmember Warren, whose district I am in. I am someone who moved to Sacramento in 1973 when I was in junior high. I went to Mariloma High School, where I was shocked to find that there were a handful of people of color. I came from San Francisco, where I was the minority in the school that I went to as an elementary school. A few weeks after we moved into our house, a black family moved in around the corner, and there was a cross burnt on their lawn in Sacramento, California in 1973. I have not seen a lot of changes, unfortunately, in this city in that time period. What I'm asking you, what I am begging you to do, is to take the long game on this, to take it very seriously, and to look at racism, not policies, not procedures, because underneath them, the toxin is racism. And what we need are not just the John Powells, and his work is incredible, but I'm asking each of you in your districts to start dialogue circles, to start them with the law enforcement people, to talk about the challenges and the dangers that they face and the difficulties that they have with us, as well as talking to the people in the community. And each community is a little different. We need to talk about it together, about what the challenges are in our communities, and together we in those communities can figure out the way forward. Not some expert from somewhere else, but us. I think we can do it. I know we can do it. I'm asking you to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holston. Robert Copeland. 47 more people signed up to speak. After Mr. Copeland is Alex Clark. Welcome, Mr. Copeland.
Well, I'm also from Mariloma High School. And we had how many people that were colored? Maybe one, if that. And I graduated in 1982. We had more Koreans than people that were black. So Larry Carr mentioned something last week that the video didn't look right. I agree with them. First time I ever agreed with Larry Carr on anything. And then he said something about mental health for the mental health. The police get mental health every once in a while. I agree. Drug testing, I agree. Why don't they do it? I don't care if this collective bargaining bullshit.
Mr. Copeland.
I mean, nobody trusts public safety. I don't care what the law is or what the collective bargain is. Nothing trumps public safety. And as far as that video, and I see few flaws in it. Why wasn't non-lethal force used? Why did they turn off the audio? That should be a fireable offense. Can the police mention that? Why wasn't he fired, or at least suspended without pay? I mean, do the black people trust the police? I don't believe so. At least the people here don't. And I don't believe it. I don't trust them either. And I'm white. I mean, something is wrong with the police department. The audio and the video cam should weed out the bad cops and promote the good cops. But I don't see that happening in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. Alex Clark. After Alex Clark is Elika Bernard, and then Chris Carlson. Alex Clark going once. Mr. Clark, welcome.
Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to address a couple issues. You say you was from St. Paul, right? Okay, I noticed that you was talking about you was from Minnesota, and I noticed that you and the mayor switched seats, and I'm trying to comprehend why y'all switched seats and why you're not sitting in the proper seats, first of all. Because my thing is, if you're the mayor of this state, in this city, you should be held to the full conference, you know what I'm saying? You should be held to, you know what I'm saying, the accountability. You should be sitting your ass in that seat right now. That's how I feel. You shouldn't be allowing this man right here sitting in that seat. Wait a minute, no, don't tell me calm down, fuck that. We're gonna talk about y'all right now. Because my thing is, no, I will not be silent.
Mr. Clark, our rules require that you address the council.
Wait a minute. I still got
our rules require that you address the city council, Mr. Clark.
I want to say this right now. I came all the way to City Hall because I feel like my voice matter. I feel like the voices of the indigenous people voices matter. I'm so pissed the fuck off because I feel like when I came here to Sacramento, California, I came here for Stephon Clark. And I'd have been disrespected by so many activists that sit there and said they stand on the front lines for black liberation. We all know Black Lives Matter. Y'all got $180,000.
Mr. Clark, please address the council.
What is it, Golden One? Golden One. Why ain't y'all out here helping y'all people?
Mr.
Y'all
Clark.
got this man out here sleeping outside with his goddamn son.
Mr. Clark, please address the city council, not the
Wait a minute,
audience.
yeah, I'm gonna address y'all. Because all you motherfuckers should be held accountable.
Mr. Clark,
Y'all should be held accountable for the death of Stephon Clark. And how dare y'all forget him and let his name go down in vain. Remember his name. Because he was killed. He shot 20 goddamn times.
Mr. Clark, I've warned you once. I've warned you twice. Mr. Clark.
Don't sit here and be sympathetic to the excuses, to the bullshit.
Mr. Clark, your time is up.
Bullshit.
Officers.
Stand up for what's right. Stand up for Stephon Clark. And stand up for justice.
Bernard. Mr. Clark, please have Mr. Clark removed. Mr. Clark, please leave the chamber. Please leave the chamber, Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Elika Bernard is next. Then Elika Bernard. And then Chris Carlson, Mike Scheibel, Elika Bernard. Please come forward. Yep. Chris Carlson, Mike Scheibel, and then Ed Clark. Welcome, Ms. Bernard.
Ryan, am I correct that the young man that was just speaking, he lost a loved one to police violence? He lost a loved one to police. He lost his cousin. He lost his cousin to police violence. He is also a person that is grieving, so we shouldn't shake our heads or anything at people's grief. I just want to say that for him. I need to. Can I have my 2 minutes over, please?
Madam City Clerk, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Mindy.
Yep. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. I appreciate the work that is being done, and I stand here as a SAC-ACT representative and the Vice President of Black Women United as a liaison to help bridge the communication gap that I feel is happening with our City Council and our community. And I believe that our City Council needs to respect the experiences that our community has had with SAC-PD. And while I truly appreciate the work that is being done to correct and rewrite the ineffective policies that have abused and taken the lives of city residents, we as a community are requiring a different set of checks and balances than you are. And with those checks and balances comes true, thorough results. And you cannot say an investigation is thorough if the ones that are being investigated are investigating themselves. That is not logical leadership or accountability. Here I have Sacramento's report card. These are the best practices and this is where Sacramento ranks and compared to other cities in California, from Berkeley to San Francisco. Not only does SAC-PD, under the guise of Chief Hahn, need to answer to City Council, they also need to answer directly to a separate council, and that would be our Police Commission. With so many discrepancies with the police reports that we've seen from Stephon Clark's shooting, there needs to be a separate entity that provides oversight and fair investigating. The police department should not determine policy and procedures separate from the community. And you see that out of all the powers, collects complaints. Our police commission doesn't have that power. They don't have the power to investigate or have mediation. They can actually review and make recommendations, but the PD does not have to accept those recommendations.
Please wrap up if you can.
The same with the Office of Public Safety. Our Public Safety Office can make recommendations, but SAC-PD does not have to accept those recommendations of change of policy. So unless the city manager directly acts on those recommendations, they don't really mean anything. And the police commission also doesn't have power to subpoena, but our public safety office does.
Bernard, your time is up.
Okay, I'm going to finish with this. It is important to establish trust between the community and the police department. For us to move forward, our city council needs to do so, but on the terms of the voter. You don't put the terms to heal on the abuser. You put the terms to heal on those who are being victimized. And our terms are to have a police commission that is separate from both the city council and the police department. Because what we've seen over and over and over is a police department that does not comply with what the community is asking. In order to break down the walls of distrust that divide us, our council and our SAC-PD need to allow the people that are closest to the pain to be at the forefront for deciding what the solutions are.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Next up is Chris Carlson, Mike Scheibel, Ed Clark, and Hilda Jimenez. Chris Carlson. Welcome, Mr. Carlson.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Chris Carlson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sacramento County Green Party. I counted 7 officers in this room right now, most of them armed. I think that on the invitation of Mayor Steinberg to raise this request, I would like to raise on behalf of the community of Sacramento a request that our police officers be disarmed. The use of lethal force should be reserved for after a person has stood trial. In my opinion, the use of lethal force prior to a complete and fair trial is a lynching. And having had just explained lynching to a 10-year-old private school student in Chicago, I think it's time that now that the situation has arrived in Sacramento, Sacramento City does everything in its power to lead the nation in the dialogue in this narrative. And the first step to leading the dialogue is the good faith effort of our police officer to disarm itself of live ammunition. We have SWAT teams, we have a National Guard, we have alternate response units that can be dispatched to emergency situations that require lethal force. So for the time being, while you consider these things, while running from the police officers is still a crime, maybe we should make that not a crime either, if it's your chances. But thank you very much for your time. I think that Sacramento needs to be the deciding factor on this issue, because if it's not our city, I haven't seen any reforms aside from give us more money that would actually prevent another person from being shot by the Sacramento police. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Mike Scheibel. Mike Scheibel left. Okay. Ed Clark, Hilda Jimenez. And then after Hilda is Cassandra Jennings. Welcome.
Good evening, Councilman Hanson, Mayor Steinberg, and council members. All right, I'm going to take a clinical perspective to this. All right, we should have a clinical psychologist or psychologist explain to these people in the city what is the criteria that is used to evaluate the intake of police officers. And also, after the training, they should be also enlightened as to how the, I would imagine, clinical psychologist evaluates the officers. Because, all right, now one other thing, I'm going to make this very quick, short. All right, in another life, believe it or not, I was an industrial instrumentation cinematographer. All right. The reason the film, I know I can't address you members, the reason the videos don't look right because you're not right. Because none of the videos would be admissible to a scientific staff because you can't derive any information from them. All right, basically police officers are losing recreational equipment. I mean, most of the equipment that the scientific community works with, very few people even never see. All right, the equipment is inferior. All right, I'm trying to keep this non-technical. All right, I'll say this one thing. Generally, when we're doing high-speed research, we film to capture the event, all right. Sound.
Mr. Clark, if you could have your final thought.
Oh, 11:25, all right. I'm sorry, I could.
Okay, you're welcome back next week.
No, I've said enough.
Ms. Jimenez, Cassandra Jennings. Hilda Jimenez. And then Cassandra Jennings, and after that is Professor Malik Abdul Khalik. I don't see Ms. Jimenez, so Ms. Jennings. We have about 42 more speakers signed up to speak. Welcome.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the council and Mayor as well. My name is Cassandra Jennings with the Greater Sacramento Urban League. I also stand here with Build Black. This is a movement, not a moment. And Build Black was really a coalition of activists, of nonprofits, of community leaders really coming together for a shared vision to look for transformational opportunities in Black communities in Sacramento. To speak specifically to this issue, and I want to thank the police chief for his presentation and the Office of Police Accountability, as well as your questions. They were sort of in line in mine. I have 3 points. The first one is about foot pursuit. And I would like to ask the city to really look at language to adopt that clearly defines our foot pursuit, that would include strategies to prevent pursuits, considerations when initiating a foot pursuit, accountability and responsibility, and specific criteria to discontinue a foot pursuit. You asked, Mayor, earlier if there were other cities that were doing this. I would ask us to look at Dallas. They have a model that might be helpful. The second is, how do we, you talked about the training, and I appreciate all the work that we're doing, and now I would just like to ask, what is appropriate, or what is the level that we need to do for training to sort of catch up that it would be effective? So if you could ask the experts or have the conversation about that, it would be great. The last one is really around all the good work that we're doing. I don't know what the plan is, and so if we could have a strategic plan to really show effectively and continually how we're going to work with the community to address police and community relations, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Professor Malik Abdul Khalik, and then Darrell Roberts, and then Cheka Lewis. I can't say, I'm sorry. Dekate. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, Professor, go ahead.
Yes. My name is Malik Abdul Khalik. I'm a professor of ethnic studies, as well as being an education programs consultant, as well as being the owner of Ethnic Discourses, a blog site. I want to enter in the public record the reading of 20-7. 20 searing lethal bullets of death fired by 2 masqueraders snatching a breath out of an unarmed body wearing black skin, souls left in distress from a modern chagrin, with deep roots bathed in rancid soil. Racism, the flavor, the spice it leavens. The body politic, its head dismembered. Charred skin, the gallows castration, please deafen. The conscience ear of a feigning woke nation. Lady Justice is peaking and the scales have been tipped. In the favor of privilege with a white color. Making the creed of justice a script that is flipped and shaken and torn and ripped all to pieces. An absent moral code for the empress wears no clothes. Nudity exposed of a white supremacist nation that protects the content of character for those perpetually loathed and loved and hated and feared and admired, and the swag to brag while walking in the face of death that disproportionately haunts those that society despises and condones 7 bullets snuffing out their life's breath. Now, I've heard the previous meeting that went on before, and with all due respect, Mayor Darrell Steinberg, I think you were imprudent and irresponsible and a little bit impolite. When members of the society who feel colonized by the police forces that occupy their neighborhood, and you have individuals who stand up here and not make threats. I'm a historian. I'm sharing with you the concern that I have for my city. I'm from Meadowview. Look, if this council doesn't take into consideration what must be done, I fear what may happen. I fear what may happen. Now, look, we know that after this body has been convened, there may be a report that's commissioned that comes out of it. And we're going to look back, and that report is going to reach the conclusion that the report in 1935 reached
Professor,
after the
your
Watts
time is
riots,
up.
that the report reached
Have your
after
final thought,
the
please.
riots of 1967 after Newark, New Jersey, after the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders, otherwise known as the Kerner Commission. All of those reports invariably concluded that the cardinal catalyst
Professor,
that moved
thank
the
you
needle
for your comments.
from
Your time
civil
is up.
disobedience to
Professor.
civil unrest was the brutality and the
we have
lethality
your final
visited upon
thoughts,
the heads
please?
of black people and brown people by the police.
Professor, we need your final thought.
So Sacramento is in a unique position. You're in a unique position. Either A, you have the position to avert the conflagration that has swept across other cities, like Ferguson, like Watts, like Newark, New Jersey.
Professor, we need your final thought.
Or if you don't indict, I fear what may happen.
Thank
And
you,
that's
sir.
not a threat.
Thank you.
That's
for
a
your
historian
comments.
telling you what the historical record is.
Thank you.
We're the
Professor.
people's meteorologists. We're telling you what temperature it is outside.
Professor, thank you. Roberts. After Mr. Roberts is Sheikh Louis Ducate, Kaya Osborne, and then Danny and Richard Owen.
Good evening, members of the council.
Welcome, Mr. Roberts.
Good evening. Much of what you heard from the community was the feeling of over-policing. Too much of that in our neighborhood has occurred. What I fear is happening, though, is I'm hearing us talk about things like community policing, additional conversations around policing as we see it now, increasing the number of officers to be at full force. My fear is that we already are talking about a budget deficit for this year. Much of that budget deficit has to do with the retirement of officers who once were part of our city police force. And you know, whether we accept it or not, that seems to be part of our challenge. If we're going to put more money into police, how are we going to find money for prevention and other things that occur? I respect and I supported Chief Hahn coming to Sacramento. Won't change that. I will say that again publicly. But I also will tell you, I expect our city to also look at the other side of our challenges, and it has to be what happens in our communities where we feel like we're being over-policed. You know, we have to figure out both sides of this equation, and not just one. And as well-meaning as some people are saying that they're concerned about how the police deal with the black community, I live in a black community. I am a black male. I see it far too often, some of the other challenges we talk about. I do think drug testing should occur. I think it's part of the, and I don't say that for applause. I say this for this. Bus drivers, pilots, NFL players, Major League Baseball players, members of the Sacramento Kings, all are tested. Why not policemen? Why not policemen? I also will tell you, as we talk about money coming into our city, as we talk about Measure U, as we talk about marijuana dollars, I think it's almost an insult. And I'm sitting there getting frustrated. An insult that rather than look at prevention, as we talk about marijuana coming in our marijuana money, we come into our city. The reality is, political reality is, many of you are concerned about how much of that has to go to the police. I'm going to tell you this. I don't promise you anything that anybody else has promised you. I'm just going to say, look at what has happened at this point because we've avoided the realities of our community and our city. We've invested far too much money at the downtown part. We have to go into our neighborhoods. We must go into our neighborhood. Each and every one of you know that's correct. I implore you to have the political will to do what it takes.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Sheikh Louis.
Mr. Jahate, and then Kaya Osborne, and then Danny.
Power to my people! Power to my people! Power to my people! I speak as a Sheikh Louis Jahate. I represent the Africa diaspora. And the reason why I say that is because I've been living in the United States for over past 24 years. And over my experience, the past living in 24 years from New York City all the way to Florida and now to Sacramento, California. All I see every day on TV, every time you turn around, is a police officers killing a black man down on the street. Why? What's the reason why? Because we black? Because we got energy, or because we was being caught up or just told us about false lies? Why? My people, we tired. We are so tired for all of your sufferances and your pains and all of these hypocrisies and everything you put on us of black. I was born in 1974 in West Africa, Senegal. I am the DNA of, you know what I'm saying, black culture descendant. This is where black people are going to stand up. Black rise! And we stand up out here for today for Stephen Clark. This is not the first time it happened. Happened many, many before Stephen Clark. We started from New York City. by Martin Sean Bell. It's Stefan Clark and Trevor Martins and many more and more and more. Why black men have to always, be dying because of the cops want to kill us? Why? Officers are here are put on a duty to protect us, but not to kill us. That's the reason why they're wearing their uniform. And we pay for them to wear for that uniform. Hey, don't make me speak the truth.
Sir?
Because if I do for tonight...
I need you to wrap it up, please.
If I
Thank
speak
you.
tonight, it's not going to be... It's
Minutes.
going to be
We have
something
40
we
more
talk about.
speakers. Thank you.
Revolution.
Thank you very much, sir.
We are starting revolution because it's back time
Okay.
for us to stand up
Mike.
for Stefan Clark,
Okay.
for my people, Stefan Clark. Stefan Clark. To Stefan Clark. Stefan Clark. To Stefan Clark.
My next speaker is Kaya Osborne, and then Danny.
Kaya Austin,
And we
please.
go from Stefan Clark to
Thank you.
Sean Bell to many, many, many more. How many more we have to get? You have to kill us before we say yes. Yes, master, because we don't want to back down to y'all anymore. What's wrong with society today? What's wrong with American politics and the trick or treat
Kaya Osborne, please. Kaya Osborne.
So don't make me talk again, man.
Come on up.
And this is the last time, I'm gonna come and stand
Come on up.
there.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. We appreciate it. Thank you.
For black people who rise.
Osborne, thank you.
Stand up, rise.
Isn't a
Today
show.
you're marking your calendar, then you remember Sheikh Louis Jate. Thank you for not even listening to me, but I gotta let people speak, get it out of my chest.
Kaya Osborne,
I am
and
here-
then Danny.
I am here to address both Chief Daniel Hahn and the Sacramento City Council with a question. It is estimated between 22% and 41% of police officers are domestic abusers. Before, after, and during hiring, what is the screening process for prospective officers regarding domestic abuse and violent behavior? And what is the policy for putting them in the field? When we're talking about addressing systemic racism and dealing with policing, generational trauma, and wealth inequities, it is important to also discuss hypermasculinity and power complexes within the men that we are hiring to protect us. I've spoken very sparingly to full-service sex workers here in Sacramento, which is also an issue regarding sex trafficking, and they have told me that there are police officers who will trade favors for their silence. And all I entreat this council and I entreat Chief Hahn that in reforming their policies and in looking at the way they police their communities, that we not forget the women. We not forget the women who are suffering in our communities as well, along with men suffering some of the same issues as men, as well as others. That is all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Danny. Next speaker is Danny, then Richard Owen, then Mr. Clark.
Can you guys turn on the camera for me? Cool. So I'm going to say one thing about the county of Sacramento. That's Arden and Eastern. You tell me racism's not alive in our society right now. That's unaware racism. I'll ask you another question that I asked last week. Do you guys love Stefan Clark? By the end of this, you're going to be singing his name. All right, so it's going to be a little jumbled. I'll keep it under 2 minutes. The most important thing that was said tonight was by Chief Hahn. He said it twice at the beginning, at the end of the 11 questions. None of the policies has stopped this from happening again. None of the policies. You know why? Because it's not a policy problem, it's a personal problem. So I ask, what 11 questions will you, the City Council of Sacramento, and everyone in Sacramento, ask those that they love to make sure that they're not racist? That's what I ask. I heard all night long the City Council ask the police department to solve racism. I ask you to solve racism by calling those that you love every day, by bringing this up to everybody and making sure that they're not racist. And real simple, make the cops tell the people that they interact that they can request the information upon talking to them. It's like the Miranda rights. You start off with like, hey, this conversation is going to be recorded. If you'd like to know about it, by all means, contact the city. Here's the phone number. Give them a card. Don't just shoot them in the back. So I've been so upset for so long, I can't do anything other than just think about this. I mean, there's nothing other than to say that it's unrewarding hard work every single day to make society a better place. And if you don't walk around once you're done with all the work that you need to do and tell people that you love them, before you go to bed and when you wake up in the morning, especially if you don't know them, nothing's ever going to change. So start loving everyone and love Stephon Clark. This is a moral issue.
Mayor Steinberg, members of the City Council, Richard Owen here representing LEAD, also 97.5 KDEE. I want to say first and foremost that we are indeed blessed to have Chief Hahn, but I also don't want us to get too enamored with Chief Hahn and begin to think that he himself is some kind of savior. He's not. He's a good man, but he's not our savior. But LEAD is not ready at this particular point to sing Kumbaya with you and take selfies. Okay, over 6 months ago, LEAD convened a meeting with officials of the city manager's office, along with Chief Hahn, who was present at that meeting, our lawyers from Gibson & Dunn, one of the largest law firms in California, who were working pro bono for us to solve these problems. We said then that this camera policy was a problem, that officers should not have the right to turn it on and off at their discretion. It takes Stephon Clark being killed for us to acknowledge that now, and that's extremely sad and disappointing. After all the training that these officers have received that Chief Hahn described, Joseph Mann is dead. Stephon Clark is dead despite the training. Something is wrong with the training. Something is embedded in the social and emotional DNA of these officers that causes them to subjugate their training to their own fears and to their own so-called implicit bias. And by the way, implicit bias is a cute little word to cover up the word racism, okay? What we're dealing with is racism. We're not dealing with implicit bias. We're making it okay to say implicit bias, but you need to call it what it is. It's racism in our society. Now, based on the Chief's descriptions and answers to the 11 questions, it is apparent to LEAD that many of the policies that he described got violated on the day that Stephon Clark was killed. There's no question about that. You also ask us to wait for an investigation, Mr. Mayor. But how can we wait and trust that process when the district attorney took $13,000 on almost the same day, that Stephon Clark was killed? LEAD would like to ask this city council to have some courage and for one of you to step up to the plate and introduce a resolution that requires the district attorney and insist that she return that money immediately. We also
need you to wrap.
We also know that there are
need you
conversations
to wrap
going
it up,
on in the
please,
community,
Richard.
rightfully so, about dealing with the underlying issues that bring these things about. The poverty, the conditions in these various communities. We've heard you talk about grants and Measure U and the reauthorization of that in 2019. Let me be clear that LEAD will lead the effort to oppose Measure U, and we're coming out against it at this time unless it is specific and then guaranteeing the dollars go to those specific communities that are impacted by this poverty and these conditions.
Richard, 2 minutes are up, please.
Okay,
I need you to wrap it up.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Clark, then Ciara Picou Grant, and then Tanya Faison. Is there a Mr. Clark?
Next.
Ciara.
Is that you? No, then
That it's not.
next.
Ciara Picou Grant, and then Tanya Faison, and then Fago.
Ciara and then who's Faison? Sierra.
Okay. Can I get the mic because it's okay. I look into these council members' eyes, again demanding to emphasize that I'm aware of the intimidation the cowardliness established from verbal representation, from a community who no longer will remain indoctrinated by the ignorance of this country and locally. We will be liberated from a systematic system that was established to commit racial genocide against people of color. Now listen. We are tired of the dominance gained from oppressing us. I would also like to fucking acknowledge that I don't know how a majority of your faces up here because you don't represent Sacramento. I don't know any of you. Y'all claim to be here for Sacramento, but none of y'all are here. The people who represent, as I look at some of my black leaders up here who are supposed to be black leaders, the 50 black kids I go to school with don't even know your name. 1 out of 50 would know your name. But when it comes time for that election, half of y'all wanted those black votes. Y'all needed us here. We are tired of being oppressed. Like, we are just tired. The excess of police authority is ridiculous. And we're done. This is not a threat, but this is a promise. Y'all either gonna work with us or y'all gonna work against us because we feel it coming. And those officers who didn't get convicted, whose names go by, I didn't list it here, but the 2 officers who do not get convicted, Sacramento, and nobody will be ready, my man. I'm telling y'all straight up because we are tired. We have people here who have seen their families die after time after time after time. This shit is not okay. I know I'm out of time, but I'm going to keep going because I have a right to speak.
No, you have a right to speak for a couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes, and I'm going to keep it long until I get escorted out because y'all don't care. Because y'all here meeting after meeting. 16 people got killed by Sac PD between 2016 and 2017. Meeting after meeting. And y'all sit here, you're going to help us, but you got economic benefits off of us, but don't care about us. Look at all the people in this room, my man, who come here every fucking week. Y'all don't do shit for us! I'm 14, my nigga, and I see that shit! I'm done! I got people on my back trying to put their personal agenda in my ear, saying what I'm doing is not right. I know what I'm doing is right. I know what I'm doing up here is right. It's gonna make a difference. Because right now, the people out here outside this room, there's homeless people. Who y'all say y'all doing something for, you're not. There's a man with a father and his son. A father looking over his son. Maybe make there a black man and a black boy who have nowhere to go. That ain't cool, my man. But y'all over here living in $5 million homes. Getting a check, collecting a check. No, I'm gonna keep talking.
Oh, enough. No, you can't. You can't. Thank you. Please come back. I'm happy.
Look at their faces, my man.
How about?
Look at their faces.
I'd be happy to meet with you personally. You don't.
You meet with everybody and you don't change shit.
Okay. Thank you. Enough.
We don't know, like y'all not doing nothing. So it's either y'all gonna be ready for us or you're not, and I'm done.
Next speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you. Okay, lady.
Next speaker is Tanya Faison, then Fago, then Rashid Sadiq.
Okay.
I don't know how to come back after that. So, community should not be responsible for building bridges with the police. It's not the community's fault that the police kill us. It's not the community's fault that the police kill us, just like it's not black people's fault that white folks are racist. It's not black people's responsibility to fix racism. And you all are talking about trust. When you take money, so we've talked about money that the DA has taken, but you, Angelique, you took the most donations from police unions. You took the second most, Larry Carr. So, and then all of you, I mean, pretty much all of you have taken police union donations as well as the presidents of those police unions and associations. So you do need to take your endorsement back from the DA. That would be the honorable thing to do. But if we're gonna talk about trust, let's talk about SPD Underground, where Sacramento Police Department is on Facebook talking bad about the community. And not just, they talk bad about me, they talk bad about Jay, they talk bad about you, they talk bad about mothers that are victims, that are the mothers of people that have been killed by law enforcement. Can you show the picture, please? So I sat down with Arturo Sanchez, who is the assistant city manager, to talk about this page. And so right now they're posting propaganda and lies about our chapter, and it's creating divisions among Black people. And so this is just one post, but you see how they use different language, Black Lives Matter. This is how SACPD is building trust with their community. So we fight for Black people while they talk bad about us, making it so that Black people don't like them. And the only way that we're gonna build trust again is when these things stop happening and when you start having repercussions for the actions of officers when they kill us in the street. We need to see actions happen. So you talk about a use of force policy. That use of force policy needs to include what kind of punishment is gonna happen when they violate these rules. And you need to be proactive, because right now we're responding to something that happened. We don't need it to happen again. So think of everything possible to put into that use of force policy so that we can prevent any type of killing. I understand my time is up.
Thank you so much, Tony.
Hello again, Council. I made sure to wear the shirt for this conversation. You see, I don't know if you can see the date on this shirt. This is October 22nd, 2013. I've been coming into these city council chambers since before then, asking for some of these changes that you're just now starting to talk about, like the drug testing. We've been asking for that since 2011. We've been asking for body cams that weren't able to be turned off since about that time period too. You got the body cams, but you failed to put in something to where they couldn't turn them off until now. Previously, just in the last year, you awarded the officers that shot Damien Flanaugh with medals of valor for killing him. Now, you've just recently endorsed the district attorney that failed to prosecute the neo-Nazis that were stabbing people at the Capitol and instead is attempting to prosecute their victims. And that's the same district attorney that we're supposed to expect to run an investigation on these officers that just killed another person today? Right. We need to start really addressing the fact that his blood is actually on your hands for the years of inaction until it became a national issue. I guarantee you, if this weren't on international news right now, what's happening here in Sacramento, you'd still be doing next to nothing, like you've been doing this whole time. And then the little bits that you talk about, the community says, we are over-policed, and your response is, more cops. Come on, wake up. Stop being tone deaf. Like, this is such a frustrating thing. We've been trying to avoid these kinds of scenarios for years. We've been offering solutions for years. We asked for a police oversight commission that had the ability to subpoena, the ability to actually do something. And you gave us something that was just a dog and pony show. It looks good, but it can't do anything. And then you expect us to believe that that's gonna work still? Adding more staff to something that still has no teeth is going to fix these problems? How about we start doing some actual de-escalation training? How about we disarm police? How about we start actually funding improvements in our community instead of gentrifying our communities?
Wrap it up,
How about we actually start building up the economic viability for our residents to help avoid situations from happening? How about we actually start...
Next speaker. Your time is up, Mr. Clark. Your time is up.
Instead of interrupting people in the middle of their public comments, instead of sitting up here eating in front of everybody all night long while we're sitting here
Next.
How about you actually
Mr. Clark,
being accountable for your lack of action?
Good. Thank you, Mr. Clark. Good night to you, sir. Good night. Good night. All the best.
7 years, I'm sick of it.
Our next speaker is Rashid Sadiq, then Hannah Williams, then Talise Summerfield. Rashid? Is Rashid? Hannah Williams? Is Hannah Williams here? Hannah Williams?
Hey, can I speak for her since she's not
No, next.
Talise Summerfield? Talise Summerfield?
Come on. I'm going to speak.
No, sir. You got to fill out a speaker slip.
She said I can go first, sir.
What?
She said I can go first. So is that a problem with you? She's giving me her time to speak? Or she's letting me speak before her? Is that a problem with you since two other people weren't here?
It's okay.
I didn't think it would be. I like to say, first off...
What's your name?
That doesn't even matter.
Yes, it does.
I want to address the fact that you guys say that we could complain to these officers or whatever, this woman here, which I feel like that is crazy because you guys, officers like yourselves, intimidate people to where they feel scared to where they can't speak upon what their problems are. First of all. Second of all, I went to court because officers like yourselves with these shiny badges on beat me up. I went to court and fought that, and guess what? You guys, you in the law charged me when it's on video, proof of, what's the word? It doesn't matter. Proof of you guys unjustly charging me of a crime that wasn't committed. On top of the fact that last week when I was on my way to come speak to you guys, I was harassed by your chief on video. He took my light rail ticket and told me I don't have proper fare when it clearly said proper fare. And I asked him on video and he said, yes, it's proper fare. Then he took a picture and recorded my face and said, I'm gonna send you a bill. My point is saying all of this is that you legally rob people and intimidate people to where they don't feel safe enough to come complain. I went to court and I lost a battle on video where the officer was wrong, and look at how you're looking at me like, whatever, man, I can't wait for you to finish. That's ridiculous, man. And you guys are just all okay with that shit, right? How you're, look, he's sitting here talking and reading papers while I'm trying to voice myself. And on top of the fact that y'all been talking for hours and y'all giving us 2 minutes to voice ourselves? How about the fact that the people are okay with people who have something to say that's important, allow them to speak until someone in the stands has something to say and want to cut them off? Why is it up to you guys to stop the people from having their opinion? That's ridiculous. Y'all sat up here and talked to the officers when y'all could have sat there and talked to them after the meeting. That's ridiculous. And you guys just sit up there and you guys staring at us like you just don't care about what we have to say. You just want us to say what we have to say and leave. That's the problem. You guys don't want to hear us.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Talise Summerfield, and then Sheik Morales L. Okay.
Okay, we'll get you in a minute.
After Talise.
Hello, my name is Talise Summerfield. I am born and raised in Sacramento, a student at UC Berkeley, social welfare. I came to add some questions to the list of questions that y'all have for Police Harm.
Yeah, please.
First question. It is public knowledge that elected, actually, can I have the microphone? Because I'm short, y'all.
Sure.
Real short, sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
It is public knowledge that elected officials are able to accept endorsements from the police department and/or union. The police union currently collects the most amount of the most amount of residential taxes. Meanwhile, as Ashby said, resources are disproportionately distributed to communities like Del Paso Heights, Oak Park, Meadowview. However, this money is circulated between the organizations that are supposed to serve us, right? The agreements and engagements between the city officials, such as Larry Carr, Ashby, Steinberg, all of you really, destroys a relationship of trust between the community, the police, and the city officials, which are all bodies which involved in the justice process for Stephon Clark.
What's your question? You
My
said
question,
you had a question.
1 second. Moving forward, who is there a person responsible for ensuring transparency in the organizations we demand justice from, and establishing a relationship of trust between each body of organization, right? One question. Question 2. I know I'm running out of time. Are there measures of accountability for the Sacramento Police Department / specifically the officers involved which address the murder of Stephon Clark? Can y'all say his name? One more time. Stephon Clark. Are there any measures of accountability that directly address the officers and the bodies involved, the resources used, rather than general and prolonged recommendations for policies to be reformed? Yes, that's it.
Thank you, Talise. Thank you. We'll make sure that those questions, you're asking what is the process for investigating the officers, and we can report back. Thank you.
No, I'm asking if there's a process for directly holding directly accountable the officers involved, the organizations, the officials who called for that.
Thank you. I got it. We got it.
Next speaker is Hannah Williams, then Sheik Morales L., then Frederick A. Gale.
Earlier, Chief Hahn said that this takes complex solutions. This does not need complex solutions. Stop killing folks. Stop killing black folks. Just stop. Make officers pay out the families of their victims, not the city. Drug test officers often. Indict murderous police. I agree with Councilmember Carr. Mental health evaluations for officers should happen often. And I'm glad he brought up drug testing, Chief Hahn mentioned that it is not protocol to drug test after an incident if there isn't any indication they were under an influence. Well, how about when officers fired 20 bullets into the body of a young man before even announcing their presence? We should know if officers were high on cocaine or not, or steroids. Every use of excessive force should warrant a drug test. All of the policies Chief Hahn talked about are not enough. Implicit bias training is bullshit while you allow the SACPD Underground Facebook to continue. Where are the plans for the Community Oversight Commission Black Lives Matter has been asking for? Filing reports of police abuse with the city's Public Safety Accountability Commission is meaningless unless we also have that Community Oversight Commission with the power to enforce accountability. Police get impunity, and that needs to end. Fire cops who murder. Don't give them paid vacations. Don't endorse district attorneys who don't even bother to prosecute killer cops. Simple, not complex. Councilmember Ashby, you said you want to address systemic oppression. Councilmember Ashby, you said you want to address systemic oppression. If you understand systemic oppression, you'll know that systemic anti-blackness is not only a police problem, but a problem within the entire justice system. Recognize that systemic oppression, systemic anti-blackness looks like the district attorney not indicting killer cops. Howard Chan, you can do this.
You wrap it up, please. Thank you.
Fire Stephon Clark's murderers, change the law, make it legal to terminate an officer after they kill an unarmed person. At the very least, don't continue paying them. And right this moment, every single one of you have the power to rescind your endorsement of DA Schubert. We are waiting.
Morales L., then Frederick Gale, then Joseph Berry.
Good evening. There's but one race on the planet, the human race. Outside of that, the human family is broken up into different tribes and nations from which we derive our nationality. There's nobody black in this room. There's nobody white in this room. Those are both adjectives that describe person, places, and things. This is a human rights issue, okay? Bringing up 8 months ago, Minneapolis Police Department responded to a call. Upon arriving at that call, Justine Damon emerged from the shadows and was shot in her stomach by Officer Muhammad Noor, okay? Now, everybody in this audience, and including the council members and the police officers, are probably under the impression that she was a white woman and she was killed by a black officer, but that is absolutely not the case. See, Justine Damon is an Australian national. She has a nation, a group of people that have treaty agreements with the United States. And with those relationship within those treaties, they demanded justice for their slain citizen, slain national, okay? I have no, I honestly do not believe that the officers will be persecuted or prosecuted because history shows that they won't. Primarily because Stephen Clark was black and did not have a nation of people that had a treaty with the United States to come to his aid and to get justice. I have in place, I'm putting together a program that will educate all of our youth on how to interact with the police officers, and I would love to work with the police force and Chief Hahn on this program to educate not only the police officers on the Constitution, because I could probably test 10 of them, and I know 9 of them wouldn't be able to tell me the Bill of Rights, that all of these people are secured by that Constitution, being born naturalized in this country. So this program, I'm gonna wrap it up. This program will not only educate the youth, it will teach them self-defense. They will not have to run from the police officers. They will not be armed at all, and they will have the confidence to stand the ground. And I wish I would have got to Stephen Clark because he would still be here had I been able to teach him. Thank you. Anybody interested in the program, please get in contact with me.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Frederick A. Gale, then Joseph Berry, then Betty Williams.
Mr. Gale is not here.
And I have 28 more speakers. Is Joseph Berry here? Mr. Berry? Following Mr. Berry is Betty Williams, then Roz Myers. Now, can we get this microphone for Mr. Berry?
Welcome, Mr. Berry.
everybody. I respect you. I know it's a difficult job. But on the other hand, with that being said, I'm very disappointed in you guys. Really. I'm disappointed in this council, and I really don't trust you. Almost none of you. Because we've been talking about this for a very long time, these issues. You know, you think right now everyone's holding you up. You're doing a great job. You guys aren't letting no violence break out. But get one thing straight, and that's that the power of the peace is really with the people. They would decide. So if there's credit for a peace being held, it's to the people, first off. More importantly, though, this dance that we're doing, right, is convenient distraction. It's a convenient distraction from the issues that contributed to Stephon Clark's death. Issues that your constituents have been talking to you about for years. Even Guerra brought it up at the last meeting, that we need to stop looking at all this development money and start looking at our communities. Anyway, Stephon Clark's killing, for that reason, could have been avoided. Stephon Clark died in his own backyard because two cops who were created by, distracted, misguided, and inadequate leadership of the police force and yourself ultimately. This council has created for years, catered like to the development money, just like bright-eyed, newly hired bellhops looking for tips, right, for developer money, right? But while we standing on the backs of the middle class, the working class, and the homeless people, right? You yell for years about issues of crime, housing, healthcare, drug abuse, education, homelessness. We've been saying this for a long time. And especially, we've been talking about the police killings of young black men. R.I.P. Jerome, I love you, miss you. My childhood friend was killed by the police a few years ago. I've seen senior citizens beg at the city utility office, right? She's trying not to cry because she don't have thousands of dollars to keep her water on. They cut her water off and they want her to come up with thousands of dollars. All I can say, I'm wrapping it up. All I can say is, I understand you guys have done a hard job for a while, but I don't trust you in the future. And I hope that the voters make changes this June. Thank you.
Next speaker is Betty Williams, then Roz Myers, then Matthew Gasto.
Williams, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Betty Williams, I'm the president of the Greater Sacramento NAACP, and I come to you tonight. First of all, I want to give continued prayers to the Clark family and to submit to you. I only brought one copy, but I would like to give it to you, Mayor, on some of the things that the NAACP has come with as far as recommendations. Immediately after the killing of Stephon Clark, we did meet with Chief Daniel Hahn and gave recommendations, one of which was the foot pursuit policy. We also made a recommendation that he look into the Oakland policy, and we have also requested that policy so that we could share with Chief Hahn and City Council. A number of the items have already been addressed, but some of the things we're also looking at the legislative level, because we understand the California Peace Officers Bill of Rights. We wish we had some of those Bill of Rights that required an officer. We would like to see an officer disciplinary file to see if they had trends like that before. To eliminate the ability to access audio and video recordings prior to recorded interrogations and submissions of written statements. Allow investigators to immediate access the officer's personal locker. Right now they cannot under the Bill of Rights. We've been talking about mental health issues when it comes to, or mental health period, when it comes to officers. I would also like to extend mental health to the neighborhoods that goes through the combat zones of police officers on a daily basis, which consistently are dealing with not only the issues of their neighborhoods, but running from what one member in, not Del Paso Heights, but Meadowview said, the ghetto bird, once they start flying in the sky, we run for cover. So, but that also, we want to focus on the entire family. So, Mayor Steinberg, one of the things you did as a senator, you brought forth the mental health Proposition 63. Which brought in millions to the California and millions to Sacramento. We're asking you to join the NAACP and other community organizations and getting that money and making sure it goes back into our communities that are affected, especially African Americans living in a war zone,
It's
and demand an
implemented, as you know,
accounting of those
it's implemented,
services.
as you know, through the county. So we have to talk about how we can make sure that much of that prevention money gets into the neighborhoods. Absolutely.
And just like you walked over there for the homeless to find out what was happening with that money,
Yes.
we want you to walk with us over there to find
I'm
out what's
walking
happening
you.
with that
Good.
money.
Happy to.
And that's what we're asking for, and I will give you a copy of this to share with
Good.
the city council as well.
Sure. Thank you so much, Betty. Appreciate it.
The next speaker is Roz Myers, then Matthew, then Dante Palayo. Roz Myers?
That's me.
Ms. Myers?
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Good. How are you?
I wish I were better. And I'm going to try to make it without being so very emotional. So good evening, Mayor Steinberg. Council members, my council member, Larry Carr, and Chief Hahn. I'll follow you on family matters. What you have witnessed, I want everybody to know, what you have witnessed is generational trauma among black men and the community. And what it really is the result of strange fruit. And I know you know what that means. Every time there's a shooting, we are further traumatized as though that was a lynching. I have 7 brothers. I have 6 sons. I'm a neighbor. His grandmother is on my walk. Could have been one of my children. They're under 18. They're bigger than me. I don't know how that happened. But my boys are big and they're underage. And they can look intimidating with their dreads. What I want to do really is to take their pictures and give them to you so you will know, not mine. Not mine. Because mine know better than to go out there and do something, but they can be profiled. So what I'm asking you to do is to do a healing space. We need a healing space. We need to heal. We need black space. We need trust. So I implore you with the mental health funds, I appreciate those pertinent questions that were asked by my Councilman Carr and by Councilman Warren. And I also want to see trauma-informed training. Nobody addressed that. We have generational trauma.
I'd like to put that on the agenda here in terms of reports back, not just the chief, but the city, trauma-based therapy and care for people. That's crucial. We heard again and again.
I have reports.
You did, yeah. Okay, thank you.
One quick point, and I'm backing off. There are a lot of foster care mothers in my area. There are grandmothers taking care of grandchildren, and there are foster care. Our children are traumatized. I'm traumatized. I heard it. I saw it. I checked mine. They were in their beds. I went back to sleep. I woke up Sunday morning, went to Starbucks, got my coffee and my paper. I saw that. I said, didn't chase somebody in the field and kill them. I'm crying every night. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
My next speaker is Matthew, then Dante Palayo, then Ryan McClinton. Is Matthew here? Matthew? Thank you. Dante Palayo, Ryan McClinton.
Ryan?
Dante here?
Dante, Ryan? They left.
Ryan McClinton.
He left.
M. Johnson. Carly Brannon.
Carly Brannon's
M.
here.
Johnson, not here. So Carly Brannon is next.
You said give you another week to pull together community services. It's already been 3 weeks. Han said all neighborhoods have the same number of police. Anyone who has so much as driven through Meadowview or Oak Park or Del Paso Heights or any of these other neighborhoods knows that that is an abject lie. And he lied to us with a smile on his face. In a recent press conference, you said that you would look into training questions that are coming up. On November 28th of 2017, we came to City Council to let you know that the crisis intervention training was fucked up because one of the police captains demanded that very critical pieces of that training were taken out. It was supposed to be 40 hours of training. It was more like 20 or 30. You already know that we have failed. You do not get to co-opt our language and use it to mean something that it does not. The Attorney General is not an independent party. His investigation is not an independent investigation. We have seen rapid updates, but rapid communication and transparency are two different things. Transparency is the truth, and we have yet to hear that come out of any government entity. Accountability looks like killer cops being fired, convicted, and charged and convicted. You stealing our language and twisting it to mean what you want it to mean is not just misappropriation, it is gaslighting, and gaslighting is abuse. You keep saying the words long-term systemic racism. I've heard that several times this evening because cameras from national and international news outlets are on your faces, and that is the only reason that you were saying those words. If you truly believed in what you're saying, you already would have done something because we have been coming to you for years, demanding, begging, pleading to stop killing people.
Thank you.
You know what? And you keep asking for decorum. You value decorum over real human lives. Fuck you. Fuck your decorum.
You know what? You know what? You don't have to come back next week either. This is a place of decorum. Thank you. You don't,
said you value your decorum more than
you don't know me and you don't know any of my colleagues. See you later. Next. Next.
Next speaker is Bob Anderson.
You don't have to bother to come back. She's out for the next several weeks. We don't need to hear any of that in this chamber. Go ahead.
Bob Anderson, Trina Allen, Kathy McDeeter, then Terry Robinson. Is Bob Anderson here? Mr. Anderson?
He's out.
I think it's me, right?
Go ahead.
M. Johnson.
Yeah.
Hello, Mayor and members of the council. Hello, Councilman Jennings. I have a question. I taught for many years in San Juan Unified School District. I taught in a community of color. I do agree with the generational PTSD that we all have. The teachers at my school felt like we had PTSD collectively from just witnessing what happened to these families, the number of students who had been killed, shot, big brothers shot, all kinds of horrible things. Anyway, I have a big question that I would like to ask you, and I'm very sincere about this, and I would like an answer. I would like to know about the culture of the Sac PD. Are Sacramento police officers background checked for any affiliation with the many neo-Nazi or white supremacist groups that engage in racially motivated hostility, as in the Linwood Vikings in LA County PD? Currently, the CHP is being investigated in the 2016 stabbings at our state capitol for being lenient with and colluding with the skinhead groups that did the stabbings, the 6 stabbings. I don't know if you know about that or not. I'm not a police hater, but I'm pretty upset. I'm pretty upset what's happening to our African American youth, particularly the young men, my former students. I was wondering if you could work with the Southern Poverty Law Center, the NAACP, and the ACLU to identify the groups that have permeated our region, and they have. It's been printed up in the Sacramento Bee many times over the last 8 years, particularly the Oath Keepers group. I'm not talking about racial bias. I'm talking about systematic infiltration of our police departments by hate and racist groups, creating more and bigger institutional racism.
Ms. Johnson?
12 years ago, I just want to wrap it up really quick.
Go ahead, and then I want to follow up because I think you've asked some good questions.
I hope you do. I really hope you do.
So can I, go ahead, finish.
Okay,
finish.
12 years ago, the FBI warned that white supremacists were infiltrating law enforcement. In 2006, the FBI said, the problem is we are in the dark as to how many groups are out there. I would like to know the answer to this because something is going on. I don't know what it is, but when I know young black kids that are getting shot by police that I have mentored and known for many, many years, it's a little crazy.
I want to thank you for coming tonight. And there's been a series of public comments and questions that I think, if I can summarize, there are a lot of questions about the background checks that are done for prospective police officers.
Mm-hmm.
The issues of domestic violence history has been raised. This issue of affiliation with supremacy groups, et cetera, have been raised. I think that's a good set of questions that the commission and the chief we'd like some answers to. And how extensive is the background for anybody who applies for a job?
Extensive.
Extensive. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Literally.
Okay.
Southern Poverty Law Center.
Okay.
I would like to thank
Mr. Anderson, please.
I'd like to
Thank
thank
you.
Councilman Jennings for listening to my conversation I had with him last week on this same topic. I think it's serious. Thank you very much.
Yes, we'll take it seriously.
Next speaker is Bob Anderson. Mr. Anderson, then Trina Allen, Kathy McDeeter, then Terry L. Robinson.
Good evening. I would like to first put aside the obvious issues, the moral and ethical issues of these killings, and address a greater systemic issue with the police department. Unfortunately, blacks and other people of color aren't limited to being preyed upon, is what it comes down to. There's a permissive attitude fostered by the district attorney's office. I haven't met so many seething, angry people in my life than out of that office. But the other thing, before I forget, I want to back up, looking at Mr. Hanson here being so attentive. You guys have taken time to prattle on and on. Councilman Jennings, the tip of the cap to you, sir. I thought you had some really thoughtful insight and humility. What I have noticed is it seems like the more you prattled on and on, the less you really knew. You advertised your ignorance. Mayor Steinberg, I have a lot of respect for you. I think your concerns and your desire is genuine, but you're in over your head. I wish I had a few more minutes because I could literally connect the dots between corruption within the police department, within the DA's office, and within the judiciary. We've got a few judges who would probably be better suited at managing a used car dealership somewhere.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Well,
your testimony,
you know what?
Mr. Anderson.
You guys carried on, and you're only giving these people 2 minutes.
I am. We have 60 speakers.
I
so we wanna give
appreciate that, but
everybody
you
a
need to
chance.
come up with something
Next,
different.
Kathy
It's
McDuder,
disrespectful.
please. Yeah, well, thank you for your comments. Ms.
I don't see
Ms.
Trina
McDuder.
Allen, so the next speaker is Kathy McDuder, then Terry Robinson, then Lorraine Brown. Is Kathy here? No Kathy? Terry Robin? Kathy? Following Kathy is Terry Robinson, then Lorraine Brown.
I'm here because I've lived in the Meadowview area for over 55 years, and I know a lot about the Meadowview area. That's an area I enjoy. But I do think that it's over-policed. Just about a week ago, a police officer came down the street, and my sons and 2 other African-American males were out front, and the police officer kind of stopped, slowed up, roared his engine, and looked at us as if, okay, what are you going to do today? And then he sped off. And also, I think in the Meadowview area, there's too many liquor stores. Every other corner you go down, there's a liquor store. Why does it have to be so many liquor stores in Meadowview? You go out in Fair Oaks, you might go out in Citrus Heights. There's not a lot of liquor stores.
But Meadowview, they advertise liquor stores, you know, as if they want to keep the community not realizing what's actually going on in the community. Also, I'm going to talk about Citrus Heights. I have a friend that lives in Citrus Heights. He has a home. He had a roommate. He owned his home. He had a roommate that was Caucasian. And the roommate chased him out of his own house with a bat. He called the police department. The police department came out. The roommate left, and we said, well, he's gone, but we know where he's going. We can give you where his mother's address is. The police department says, no, we don't, that's okay. We don't want to go bother him. We don't want to agitate him. But I believe if the owner of the home, who is African American, would have chased the roommate out, who's Caucasian, oh, they would have been looking for him. But they didn't look for the Caucasian guy because they said they don't want to disturb him. So, and also regarding, I think more police officers should be in the community walking around, as the mayor just said earlier. But I did notice sometimes when I'm downtown on around 20th and J, I do actually see police officers walking around. They're engaging in the community. They're saying, hello, how you doing? So I do see that currently going on.
Ms. McDader.
But I've never seen that in the Meadowview area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Those are very
Have a good
helpful observations.
Next
Thank you.
speaker is Terry Robinson, then Lorraine Brown.
Straight on that one.
Then Kian Bliss.
Councilman Carr's got a comment.
15 or so years that Bonnie Purnell was on the city council, she never approved a liquor store. Neither have I. We are not overrun with liquor stores. We get many requests. We turn them all down. The only liquor stores that are in Meadowview are the ones that have historically been there, and we can't take their licenses away. And there are not that many. There are only one or two.
Good clarity. Thank you. Welcome back. Robinson?
You remember me.
Of course.
You know, I enforce the laws that you passed, just so you know that. My name's Terry Robinson, Mayor Steinberg and council members. I'll get to the point. What my question is and what I'd like to see agendized is what is the most restrictive, constitutionally defensible, lethal force policy possible, and can the city adopt it? And I'm pleased to see your city attorney here because I can direct that question to her. And that's the question that I would like answered. I came here on the 27th. I proposed 2 principles and 6 specific changes to be made to Sacramento policy. And also, I'll leave my comments to be entered into the record. And I know that the legislature is taking some steps on this, and I appreciate that. But I also watched retired Sheriff John McGinnis on television describe the reasonable belief of imminent danger standard nonchalantly as this: the police don't have to be right, they just have to have a reasonable belief. That's not good enough. I think we need to all be reminded of what's at stake here. To my knowledge, there are only 2 circumstances when the government, and the police are the government, can take the life of one of its citizens. One is when that person has been judged guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of a capital crime by a jury of her peers, and the other is when a peace officer acting as an agent of the government has a reasonable belief of imminent danger to himself or others. The standard is not working. We can do better. So I would encourage you to act without regard to what the state legislature does, to explore all the possible options as to the most restrictive policy in terms of limiting the discretion of officers to use lethal force, and let that be the starting point of debate. I would encourage you to look at all use of force policies, not just for police officers, but for military personnel and other agents of the government who have the legal authority to take someone's life. I also
the best practices question that we asked the chief earlier. If that policy exists, let's look at it. He'll look at it.
That's on and I appreciate that everything is on the table.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Okay.
Thank you. Please keep coming. If you have a letter, please submit it and I'll read it.
Our next speaker is Lorraine Brown, then Kian Bliss, then Ferdinand Lewis Alcenar, and then Nelson Hawkins. Ms. Brown?
Thank you. Well, as a psychologist, maybe I can shed some light. I look at the whole global picture, and by the way, we're all experiencing post-traumatic stress about what happened. As Martin Luther King said, if one of us are abused, all of us are at risk of being abused. I think of what happened in Jasper, Texas, when they dragged a black man in the back of a pickup truck. it takes me back there, and I've been coming here since 2012, and we've all been asking, please enforce our federal laws. We have a Constitution, we have a Bill of Rights that protect our liberties and our property. But there are people that have come here that are insurgents. They are anti-federalists. They don't acknowledge, accept, or even know our Declaration of Independence, our Bill of Rights, our liberties. So when they're in a position, they become venal. What does that mean? They become a mafia boss. And they go, hey, I'm in charge, and screw you. And they don't even know our laws. What's happening is we have violent drug dealers that have taken control economically and have contracts and control the procurement contracts. And how many years have I been saying that? Wrong people have the contracts, Mr. Chenier. I've had trouble with some of you people here, and you know it. By the way, I am being abused. There's more than one way to assault somebody every day with laser taser, with law enforcement apps, with medical apps that you can do from a remote location. I am threatened every day. My family were killed in 1947 for serving an Indian. 1937 in Texas, Hillsborough. My grandfather, who is Cherokee.
I'm sorry, Ms. Brown. We need you to wrap
Anyway,
up, please. Thank
we
you,
are
Ms. Brown.
all affected. Justice is colored blind.
Yes.
Is why it has a blindfold. So there are venal, bad players that are black and Chinese and white
Ms.
and
Brown,
everything.
thank you.
But all of us have been here being abused also. Is that not correct? We had the South Sac Chinese come and say they're being abused.
Kian Bliss,
So
please.
we need to look
Our
at
next speaker is Kian Bliss, then
Thank you, Ms.
Ferdinand
Brown.
Lewis
Thank
Alcindor.
you.
to enforce our laws.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Kian Bliss. Is Kian here? No Kian. Ferdinand Lewis Alcindor? No. Nelson Hawkins.
Nelson Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins. Welcome.
Following Mr. Hawkins is Kay Epps and then Kai.
Family of Stephon Clark. Any incidents of police brutality always hits home for me because I've lost a close friend of mine and a brother-in-law at the hands of the police. Both of them were unarmed, and one was in custody. The way that the police handled it was disgraceful. They both should still be here today. The pain is indescribable and hard to process. It's near impossible to have trust in people sworn in to protect and serve when they are the reason we can't see our loved ones anymore. I can't even imagine what it's like for the Clark family, who can't even go into their own home without reliving the trauma that transpired a few weeks ago. In Sacramento, this is not the first time. We might have a different mayor, but I see the same faces. And I can only hope at this time that this could be the last time that it happens. But it's hard for me to believe that. It's hard for me to have trust. But all of that happens, all that depends on the actions taken by the city council, the mayor, the DA, the attorney general, Chief Hahn, and local law enforcement to prevent another tragedy in this community. And speaking of Chief Hahn, although I do applaud the efforts of transparency with releasing the videos, I can't say that it's enough. I remember he spoke one time at the Martin Luther King Jr. event a few years ago, and he said something that really resonated with me, and I was surprised to hear this from law enforcement. And basically what he said was, Ferguson did not happen because Michael Brown was killed by police. It happened because the generations of injustice with people that said enough is enough. And speaking of Martin Luther King, he's often quoted as...
If you could begin wrapping it up, please. Thank you.
All right, I'll finish. He's often quoted as saying, a riot is the voice of the unheard, and it's morally irresponsible to condemn the riots without condemning the conditions that motivate them. So reflecting on these conditions of society, it's abundantly clear that in this system, money talks, which explains why the voices of the poor are never heard. And you can't hear using these. You have to hear the voices using this. And I'm not convinced, looking at your faces, that that's happening right now.
It is.
Not enough.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins.
Not enough.
Thank you.
We'll see what happens.
Thank you. Reps.
Kay Epps, then Kai, K-H-Y, then Rhonda Johnson. Kay Epps.
Mr. Epps, welcome.
After Mr. Epps is Kai, which is K-H-Y, and then Rhonda Johnson.
All right, good evening.
Good evening.
I just want to give my condolences to Stephon Clark's family. And I got to tell you, when I see Stephon Clark being shot and I see Eric Garner being choked to death, it becomes personal. I don't know Stephon Clark at all. I don't know his family. But in a way, I do know him because every time I look in the mirror, Stephon Clark is me, and I'm him. I just came down because I'm tired of talking to the TV. When I see it on TV, I see these things. I'm tired of talking to people who tell me, oh, just let it go. Nothing's going to change. You can't do anything about it. It is the way it is. I'm a pretty grounded person, but a lot of people are in psychic pain. And, I talk to some people who I know, some I don't know. They tell me, oh, look how those people are acting. They're acting crazy. Nothing's going to change with them acting like that. No one's going to pay attention. And I say, I understand what they're doing. That's not how I would act, but I understand because I want to act that way. But I know it's not going to be productive in the long run in most cases, but who knows? Maybe it will be. Got to try some things differently. But I notice that my mood changes when I see these things on TV, but it changes even more when I don't see any consequences. Down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, a man was shot and killed, had him on the ground, it was on video. Nothing happened. The Attorney General didn't even press charges of the state. But anyway, I'm glad to hear you guys speak, actually, because I think leadership is necessary. And I'm glad to hear your opinion. I hope you'll continue to speak. But more importantly, I hope you'll actually make some change. But on that note, we can change policy all we want, but we know that ultimately it begins with action, and really the actions of the police. So I just go back to the reasonableness standard, and I know that Ms. Robinson brought this up, but I know you like specifics, so I was here 2 weeks ago and you mentioned specifics, so this may be an issue for the courts, but I hope that you look at the reasonableness standard and ask, is that situation reasonable for a police officer to act in that manner in that situation? Okay, so ultimately the police commission, give it some teeth, and then look into a consent decree that you actually can partner with the Attorney General of the United States and the Justice Department. You can actually ask them to come in. They don't have to come in and give oversight, but you can ask them to come in. It may not happen with this Department of Justice, but you can always ask, right?
Thank you, Mr. Epps.
Okay. Could I just close? You've talked about a renaissance in Sacramento, and we always celebrate our diversity and whatnot, but to be honest with you, it feels like the community is still separated. I saw on TV there's people going to the game, and they're complaining about being inconvenienced, but you have somebody who's dead. And it really doesn't make me want to participate in the renaissance when I see people complaining about that when someone's dead.
I'm really glad you came down to City Hall to testify tonight. Really, very.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kai, Rhonda Johnson, Jose Nilam Patel. Kai here?
Honestly, there wasn't too much I could add after everybody that's gone who's said pretty much the right things, but I did want to comment on a few things that were raised here tonight. Props to Ashby for mentioning the word systemic and actually addressing this problem as a systemic problem. See, y'all talk about police brutality and racism within the system as, it's just being an isolated incident or just, an aberration. It is systemic, and you all are addressing it as a systemic problem. When you talk about reform, that's assuming that you can change the current system, which has already failed. It has been designed to persecute and target people based upon their race. It is a system rooted from the beginning in white supremacy and heteropatriarchy. You can see that within the original draft of the Constitution, the Fugitive Slave Clause, the 3/5 Clause. It's written right into the document itself. And yes, we've had 27 amendments that have changed that somewhat, but it still has not guaranteed us equal protection. It still allows police to just murder us with impunity. It's a property rights document. And that's what police and this council, unfortunately, cares most about, property. We need to actually care about human beings more than property. Don't worry about our reaction. Our reaction is completely justified to ongoing homicides and murder by police. And you treat them and protect them better than you do us. This Peace Officers Bill of Rights. You know that shit. No one can replicate that. No one in this room, outside of that uniform, has such protection as they do.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Rhonda Johnson, Jose Nilam Patel, and then Regina Brink.
Who is this now?
Hi, I'm Kai.
Hi, Kai.
You should remember me. I'm sure you do. I wore lighter colors so I would appear less intimidating to you, Steinberg. So I hope that helped.
I'm sorry.
Yes?
Welcome. Please, we look forward to hearing you.
So the first thing that I want to address is during the other conversation with Daniel Hahn, almost everyone on the council had something to say, had something to add, except for Howard Chan, who just sits there and blinks the whole entire time.
No, that's not his job to comment. It's the council's job to comment. So don't put it on Mr. Chan here, okay?
I mean, yeah.
Me. Go ahead.
Okay, well, anyways, not only, even if he is silent here, his actions have proven that he's not really for the people anyway.
Can you please show some decorum and not interrupt?
Thank you. Anyways, Steve Hansen had said that he felt that he related to Stefan and that he comes from a community where he feels like he would know someone like Stefan and that he really empathized with such a thing. I would implore Steve Hansen, if he feels like Stefan is a friend, that he would do the friendly thing to do and take away his endorsement from someone like Schubert, because if Schubert's the person that's able to convict the murderer of my own friend, I definitely would not support that person in any way, and I'm pretty sure we all can agree with that. That's just logic. I also kind of want to question all this empathy that's sudden arisen in the city council, but this empathy wasn't here before. Black Lives Matter Sacramento has a long list of victims that came before Stefan when the same exact misconduct happened from the police, and none of these quick changes have occurred. BLM has been fighting for quite a while. It's really a shame that Stefan had to be a catalyst for immediate change when there were so many other people and so much bloodshed before him that could have enacted such change. Hahn had stated that there was there was complex solutions. I feel that the community has offered very clear solutions, but it takes the bloodshed of our community to allow access of our voices to be heard, even if it's on deaf ears. I thought it was a good point. I think Carr brought it up to bring up whether we should be drug testing
If you
police.
can wrap it up, please. Thank you.
I'm going to take extra time because you've interrupted me multiple times, so I will finish when I am finished. I want to ask, why is it when black and white cops are dispatched that there are times where white cops shoot their own comrades, whether they're undercover or not? Surely a black cop receives the same exact training that they do, so they should know exactly how to navigate as to not be shot, according to the police's logic, but for some reason that falls short. Someone like Philando Castile is a perfect example that black people can do everything right, everything correct, followed by the book, and somehow we still end up dead and blamed for it at the same time. I just want to remind you that the pressure is on, and we know you feel the pressure. The pressure is coming. You've been warned. You can do that little motion. That's fine. But at the end of the day, the best option for everyone here is to take away their endorsement from Schubert. And if you don't do that, well then, that'll speak for itself.
Is Rhonda Johnson here? Jose here? Thank you. Following Jose is Nilam Patil, and then Regina Brink, and then Felicia Clark.
Well, good evening again. I was here last week. I was a little emotional, but now that I'm done with crying, I'm done with all that emotional stuff, I'm just here to kind of get to the point of why we're here, just reiterating what everyone's been saying, first off, about taking away your endorsements from Schubert. She has not helped the community at all. There's been so many crimes against the black community, so many deaths, and not even deaths, like just abusive behavior, the beating down of people, like the man that was beat down for just crossing the street, and still no cops have been indicted whatsoever. And for you to award her for, I don't know what efforts that she has done for the Sacramento community, I've never heard any of her achievements at all in any news sources or anything, so I don't know what achievements that she earned to even get an award. Next is, of course, the SAC PD and the use of authority and also escalate situations. I believe that if Sacramento PD really wants to truly understand the community, I feel like the police should do some type of communication classes or some type of like training, because with being a communication student, learning about how to deal with intercultural relationship, learning to really understand different cultures is an important part of just basic human life. And cops obviously don't understand any of the communities that go on, and they just go on and terrorizing people, going on and not knowing their side of the story, why they're scared of the cops, why we don't trust them, because they're not listening to us. And neither are you guys either, because there's a difference between hearing and listening. Hearing, it's just a sound to you guys. It just bounces off your earwaves. Listening is actually taking in the words that many of these people are saying and actually putting them into meaning, actually understanding their pain. And I know last week you guys said, oh, we understand you guys' pain. We understand what you guys have been going through. But obviously we're still here, and obviously these things are going to keep happening, and they have happened. And just days after Stephon Clark died, some guy in Minnesota got killed right in front of his porch as well. So these things are going to continue to happen. I know I'm running out of time, so I'll try to summarize it for you as well, and my dad's calling me. So essentially, I just want you guys to not hear us, but listen to us. Actually feel our pain. Actually go out to the communities. Actually, see what we can do, because communities shouldn't have to build bridges with the police. We already do that by taxes and paying them. We're essentially paying them to kill us anyway. What the police need to do is actually come to the communities and help us out. But obviously, as we know, police don't want to help us at all, and that they're just systematic. And I know you want us to finish, so essentially, and if anything, just don't endorse Schubert anymore. That's about it. So yeah.
Thank you.
It's Nilam here. Nilam. Regina Brink. Felicia Clark.
Were you calling Delon B?
Sure.
Nilam.
Here, hold on. Delon or Delon B?
We have this.
No. Nilam is Neelam. So it's Regina Brink.
Ms. Brink. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
I don't come representing an organization either. I am a mother of 4 children and a grandmother of 2 grandchildren, and that's why I'm here. First of all, I do want to note, though, that there's no mechanism for a blind person to conveniently sign up to speak, and that needs to be addressed as a disability accommodation issue with the council. It's kind of like hit and miss. So I would like to talk to someone afterwards about how to do that more efficiently. That's why I'm here at this moment, because regardless of when I arrive, it's very hard to get help filling out the cards.
Okay, well, we can,
yeah.
We'd like to talk to you about that and make it easier,
right.
okay?
We need
I'm sorry.
to work that out.
I'm sorry.
The other thing is, I want to say that there's 2 types of racism. There's the overt racism and then the unconscious racism. And the overt racism was addressed. The FBI did say that police departments were being infiltrated by people purposefully. That has to be addressed in every police department, because that's just, the FBI did prove that was happening. The underground Facebook page has to be addressed. If they can take down Russian Facebook pages, I'm sure that Facebook page can be taken down as well. That has to be addressed. And then there's what's called implicit bias or unconscious racism, and that is visually motivated. I've been doing some research and studying, actually, because I didn't understand racism as a child coming up. It didn't make sense to me. No one could explain it to me. I couldn't see the people around me. And when they tried to explain it, it made no sense. I couldn't understand how someone's appearance could influence a whole bunch of stereotypes about them. And so that's why I've studied racism, and the implicit bias is what we're calling it now, is an unconscious racism, and it's visually driven. So what needs to happen is there has to be visual imagery that replaces the negative imagery. And there's some studies on that, and it's being implemented in other police departments, and I provided Rick Jennings with some of that information.
Yeah, we'd love you to help us,
And
please.
so, and the last part of it is, no one's addressed disability awareness, and that has to be addressed. It isn't germane to Stefan Clark, who was a friend of my daughter's, by the way.
Okay.
And I do offer my condolences to the family.
Thank you, Ms. Brink.
But basically, disability awareness has to happen. It isn't been happening, and it was very germane to the Joseph Mann case. And people who are disabled are more likely to die at the hands of the police. And it's because of misunderstanding, not because of intent. I want to emphasize that.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Very much for coming again. We do appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Felicia Clark, Valinda Pitts, Victor Brazelton, and then Eric Murrell.
I have a few issues, actually two I want to address. One of them is the Children's Receiving Home on Watt and Auburn Boulevard. I heard you speak before and say that you were former foster youth. Did I hear that correctly? No? Another chief then. But that Children's Receiving Home sits on a known host roll. That's where prostitutes and pimps gather. Hope y'all looking confused when I said host roll. And for it to be adjacent, meaning you can jump the wall and you're on a freeway. Aside from that freeway entrance, you got 4 major freeway entrances that are less than a 60-second drive away. That Children's Receiving Home says that they have a no hands-on policy and a policy that prohibits them to lock the doors and keep the children refined. Now, children can leave all hours of the night, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and I'm speaking from personal experience because my children were in there. When my child went back to the facility at 3 in the morning, they wouldn't let her back in. I am a licensed security officer. After going through police brutality and being victimized by the police, I acquired a securities license so I could work with law enforcement and know firsthand that not all of them are corrupt. So I show up at 3:30 in the morning after having to pay local crackheads in the community and bums, give them money and tell them, if you see these kids, let me know when they're back. It paid off. I show up, full security detail. My daughter is down pushing the gate. They won't open it and let her in. I come up and I shine my light and I let her know, hey, why aren't you opening the door, telling them there's an AWOL youth here? They then let her in, tell her she has to sleep outside on a bench. A youth went back there, took photos of this, and brought him out and showed me. When he went back there and told her that's wrong, they put her in a mat on the ground. Now, the county has went in and said, stop this, you can't do it, and they said that they've shut it down. I'm here to tell you today that is not true. I'm here to tell you today that there is sex trafficking going on out of there. I've sat there at 3:30 in the morning, got cited for no trespassing, was not trespassing, had the full incident recorded. I'm unable to get the trespassing removed. The officer said, ma'am, what are you doing out here? You're just gonna get yourself in trouble.
What would you like us to do? You like the chief to look into the sex trafficking issue?
I've tried to speak to him about it. I went and spoke with Sergeant Bowie. I have it recorded where I try to file police reports. Sergeant Bowie wouldn't let me do it.
Let us follow up with the chief and his...
I called your office.
Okay.
And they said that you cannot speak to me about this and you will not speak about this because it's not in your jurisdiction. When I asked if I could set a meeting with you.
It's in the county. It's in the county.
I said, isn't the county in the city or the city in the county? However
the
it goes,
city's within the
mayor.
county, but the county is not all within the city. If it's outside the city, it's not our jurisdiction. You have to go talk to the county and the county sheriff about this.
I've been to everywhere, all the way to the state capitol, to city hall.
I don't know that we can help. Deputy Chief Bernard right here can talk to you right now, and maybe we can get you some help.
And then my other quick thing, and I'll wrap it up, is about the DA and her report. My kid's dad was shot and killed, Paul Ray Westbrook. I just pulled up the news article, and it says he was running towards the officer. I believed for the past 4 years, my kid's dad chased out an officer with a knife. Somehow I got her report. It says her stuff all on it. It's an internal report, and I can pull it up and show it. In that internal report, it says my kid's dad was running down the alley and his 2 shots that were entered in his body came in on the side and came in on the back. So this is a repeated thing that these police are doing. So I want to know how many reports have come to the DA that says this man was chasing and pointed a gun, and then when the internal report comes out, he got killed June 19th, 2014. The report didn't come out till 2015. So I just want to know, can we do a report and see how many officers report that they're being chased at, but then the internal report comes back. And I want to know if I could set an appointment with your department to see the video for myself.
Bernard, Deputy Chief Bernard will talk to you right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
My next speaker is Valinda Pitts, then Victor Brazelton, then Eric Murrell.
Ms. Pitts, welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
I just want to I'll be very brief. And first of all, I want to say I came to Sacramento in 1986 and I left Los Angeles. And I came to Sacramento and I really was grateful to come here because it was a beautiful place. But since then I've been here, I've seen a lot of changes. And what I want to say is that, and also my field of expertise is mental health. So Mayor Steinberg, I appreciate you. I really think that you are the mayor for this time and this season, and I do believe that your being mayor will make a difference in Sacramento. But I would like to see more community unified, the communities being more unified and helping in the area of mental health. I work Sutter Psych, and when I was in 2006, I seen a change in mental health availability for clients, for people that need help. And because of that, I think it has a lot to do with a lot of things that are happening in our city. But I do believe that our police department needs to know how to deal with mental health issues. So I'm just really praying and believing that these forums that we're having, I think we should have more of them in the community and more unified. And so I'm hopeful. My church is praying. My church is Christ Temple, and my church is praying that we will really have more unified transparency, and I believe that there's going to be change. I'm really hopeful and believing.
Glad you came tonight.
And and the impact team. I've been having trouble getting involved with the impact team. I'm retired, but I've been wanting to try to get involved with the impact team, the police impact team for mental health. So I would like that to have more transparency and communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pitts, for coming.
Our next speaker is Victor Brazelton, then Eric Murrell, then Delandi Quintero.
Sometimes grief takes more than 2 minutes. And when you're a part of a community who doesn't give a place to grief, because sometimes you're told that what happens to your body is justified, it's important to have a little bit of compassion. When state-sanctioned violence happens and is condoned and then justified, it sets a tone for what is acceptable inside of our community, right? And when people come to this council, not in this instance, but in instances of the past, and ask for help, it talks about who has the ability to leverage the power for change and when they decide to do it. The fact is that when you talk about the questions that were asked, there was no light that was shined inside of the backyard. 2 officers ran into a backyard that was completely dark. There was no one who gave instructions to Stefan for him to be able to comply with. There was no officers who identified themselves clearly as being officers. There was no way for Stefan to save Stefan's life. There was a man who turned a corner, who was inside of his grandmother's backyard and was shot in the back. That's what we know. So when I see that you guys have the opportunity and power to ask questions, it becomes disturbing because I don't know if we watch the same videos. I don't know sometimes that we live in the same city. I don't know that we experience the same traumas. Because when it comes to our communities and the things that happen inside of them, we come to you because you have the voices and the ability to take action. So the question is, make those policy changes here. Make the motions to make those policy changes happen now. The time for questions that you guys wanted to ask, go to her meeting. She's there. Don't waste the time to ask those questions about diversity and those things here, because this meeting was about questions that happened specifically to Stefan. In that case, what are the policies and what ways can we change? And the questions that y'all asked were very, very, very softball questions. 2 officers ran into a backyard that was dark. There was a helicopter overhead. I lived in the Oak Park. When a helicopter's overhead, there's a light shining all over the place. How did that man see a window that was broken? There was a broken window inside of our community. A broken window resulted in a man being shot in the back. It just can't happen in Sacramento. It shouldn't happen anywhere.
Eric Morrell, and then Delandi, and then Brock Estes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Chief. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am a business owner in the greatest city, community in this city, and that's Oak Park. The most wonderful people in this city, and that's Oak Park. And I just really want to, I've heard so much tonight, and I've heard so much the police being condemned and people, a lot of negativity. And I believe that is what is tearing our communities apart. And love, one of the things that I remind people that fear, destroys people, destroys life. Love saves lives. And I would like to see us, the community at large, more loving towards one another. And I think we have the finest police department in this country, here in Sacramento. And I believe as people will begin to have a more positive attitude towards police. Police officers are fathers, they're mothers, they're human beings like everybody else, and they have a job to do like everybody else. And unfortunately, some situations happens that causes fear on both sides. And, and that's unfortunate, but it does happen. I heard the language tonight, people, is just horrifying that the way that people are communicating. And all that does is breeds more fear and hate. And I'm just praying and believing, God, that we as a community of people will begin to be more loving and more engaged, because that's what heals our communities. And that's what causes our communities to work. In Oak Park, I own Morel's Fashions, and as a matter of fact, Mayor was in my store. And thank you for coming out and walking in the community. I thought that was absolutely wonderful, but to stay focused, it's about love. We are all human beings. The police are human beings like everybody else. They have a job to do like everybody else, and we need to understand that. Does mistake happens? Yes, it does. But hating doesn't help anything. It makes it worse, and it's tearing our communities apart. And so I just came to just to share. Mr. Clark's mother, I had an opportunity to call and pray with her this morning. As a matter of fact, there's something that I plan to do with her just about every day. And she appreciates the love that, I pray with her and encourage her, and she appreciates that. And that's what we need to be doing. More love. More love.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
the key.
Mayor.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming tonight. It was a timely message.
Our next speaker is Delandi, and then our final speaker tonight is Brock Estes.
Hi, I want to thank the council for having the city hall meeting, and especially Chief Hahn. I've seen Chief Hahn in the community, so I know he's a good man. But I also understand that in addition to police resources, so I do have support for Chief Hahn, but in addition to police resources, I was encouraged that they're talking about training. I think that they need nighttime training. I was talking, I don't know if they do have that or not, because they're saying that nighttime training is different than daytime training. And so if they have nighttime training, they might not be able to, there might be some differences there. The foot pursuit policy, also post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know how much they've been trained on that. I do like that they're going to be getting sensitivity training throughout their careers. And I also think that, but we can't just focus on police, more police. We also have to focus on the community organizations. So for Measure U, trying to put a measure in there for the community organizations, because that's equally important. I was at the Capitol yesterday, and they're saying that the number of kids who can't read in 3rd grade, they're basing prison systems on, and how many prison beds they need for that. And so that's something that is a systemic problem, and it's a long-term solution. I do like seeing that they're doing this long-term. I'm not sure what the City Hall has for the support for Schubert. I know you guys have your own reasons for that. You've heard a lot of people talking about Schubert, the district attorney. So, take that with a grain of salt. And I just want to make sure that this is something that's a continued support, something that we continually have. So I see my time's up. There's some other stuff I wanted to say, but I'll step away. Thank you.
You're welcome back next week, okay? Thank you.
Brock Estes. Mr. Estes is our final speaker this evening.
I hope to only go over by a little. You've heard tonight a lot of people are riding on the angry train. And that train is careening along at 300 miles an hour and threatens to go off the rails at any moment. There are other people you've heard who are on the grief and trauma train, and there's no schedule for that. You don't know how long you're going to be on the train. Now, on that side of the podium, you're riding on the talking train. And the talking train sometimes appears to go on and on and on forever. But at some point, you've got to get off at a stop, and you've got to transfer, even if just for a short bit, onto the action train. Because unless there's action accompanying the words, soon the words will mean nothing. Now, pragmatically, what could be done? I hope you still have your writing utensils out. I'd like you to write down the words risk versus reward. I believe that working with the chief, you could craft a memorandum that by no later than next week could go out to every police officer in Sacramento and all media outlets that said, starting today, there's a new priority in the Sacramento PD. And that is all officers engaging in sensitive situations when on duty, and drawing a weapon is certainly sensitive, will be required to first mentally do a risk versus reward assessment and later be prepared to explain what they deduced from that assessment in an incident report, in testimony. They will be required to look at risk versus reward. Now, it may only take a half second. If it's a madman with a knife at the throat of a 7-year-old, the reward in bringing that to a successful conclusion is great, and the risk will be great. If it's a situation like Stephon Clark, 2 officers called to a scene where someone is breaking windows, and you think a suspect has run into the backyard, and you get ready to draw your weapons and go into that backyard, you do that risk-reward assessment, and you say, wait a minute, what's the reward? I could question a window breaker sooner? What's the risk? Somebody could get killed. And it could just as easily be the police officer, because if the person has a weapon, they're hiding in the overgrowth, they might get the first shot off. Risk versus reward is a very quick pause that you assess the situation. Now, if you don't think the reward is great enough to go in, as it would not have been in Stephon Clark, you seal off the perimeter, you call in backup, and you begin to establish vocal communication. You tell them you're in a safe place, we're not coming in, we want you to come out eventually, whatever you have to do to feel comfortable in doing that, fine. And I'm going to stop now because
Thanks, Mr. Justice. I mean,
enough, but you could talk among yourselves about this and craft a good policy, would show people you're doing something, one step.
I think it was very compelling. Actually, way to end the evening. All right, that ends the public testimony for this evening. We have a lot of work to do. Tonight, Yes, we laid out many, many questions, and the chief is committed to working with the community, with the commission, and with the city council to provide answers to those questions. And we'll have the opportunity, as will the community, to evaluate whether or not we get that risk-reward balance correct. And we're identified as a city that makes the changes that needs to be made. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.